I remember it like it was yesterday, even though more than a year has passed since that day. Funny how some moments just stick to your soul, refusing to fade, no matter how much you wish they would. I was 38 then, a small-town journalist for the local paper, the kind of job where you mostly cover bake sales and zoning meetings. Not exactly a hotbed of intrigue, but it paid the bills and kept me connected to the pulse of Oakhaven, the quiet little town I'd called home my entire life. Oakhaven sits nestled in the kind of valley people move to for peace and quiet. Old houses with wide porches, a main street with independent shops, and a community where everyone knew everyone else's business, for better or worse. It was the kind of place where you left your doors unlocked, where kids played outside until dusk, and where the biggest scandal usually involved a misplaced garden gnome. That's why what happened at Martha's funeral hit us all so hard. It wasn't just a tragedy, it was a violation of everything Oakhaven stood for. Martha Thorne had been a pillar of the community, a true matriarch. She'd run the local library for 40 years, taught Sunday school, and organized every charity drive imaginable. She was the kind of woman who always had a kind word, a sharp wit, and a fresh batch of cookies ready for anyone who stopped by. Her passing at a spry 82 was mourned deeply by everyone. Natural causes, the doctors said, a long, full life, a quiet end, that's what we all believed. The funeral was a testament to her impact. The old stone church was packed, standing room only. Every pew was filled with faces I'd known since childhood. Mayor Thompson, Mrs. Henderson from the bakery, young Timmy who used to deliver Martha's paper, even old Mr. Abernathy who rarely left his house. The air was thick with the scent of lilies and sorrow, a heavy, quiet hum of grief. I was there, of course, not just as a mourner, but also as a reporter. It was my duty to cover the farewell of such a beloved figure, to capture the town's collective heartbreak. I had my notepad tucked discreetly into my jacket pocket, ready to jot down a few quotes, a description of the atmosphere, standard protocol for small-town news. I stood near the back, leaning against the cool, rough stone of the church wall. My perspective gave me a panoramic view of the congregation. Faces were streaked with tears, heads bowed in prayer, but there was also that shared sense of community, a silent strength in numbers. It was a somber day, yes, but also a comforting one, seeing Oakhaven come together as it always did in times of need. The eulogies were moving, one after another, painting a portrait of a remarkable woman. Her nephew, Robert, a quiet man who'd moved back to Oakhaven years ago to help care for her, spoke last. He stood at the pulpit, his voice trembling slightly, his eyes red-rimmed. He talked about her kindness, her wisdom, her unwavering spirit. Then he cleared his throat and reached into the inside pocket of his dark suit jacket. Aunt Martha left explicit instructions, he began, his voice barely a whisper, yet it carried clearly in the hushed church. She asked me to read this here today. She said it was important. He pulled out a thick, cream-colored envelope, sealed with a blob of dark red wax that bore the impression of Martha's antique signet ring, a distinct T for Thorne. My journalist's instinct instantly kicked in. This wasn't typical, a last will maybe, but to be read during the funeral service, it felt off. An odd ripple went through the crowd, a collective straightening of backs, a curious tilt of heads. The comfortable hum of shared grief shifted subtly to something else. A faint prickle of unease started at the back of my neck. I remember watching Robert carefully break the wax seal, the soft crack echoing in the profound silence of the church. He unfolded the letter, his brow furrowed, and began to read. That's when the first real shift in the atmosphere hit. A cold, unsettling sensation, like a draft seeping in from an unseen crack in the old church walls, right into the marrow of my bones. Robert's voice, when it came, was no longer trembling. It was flat, almost mechanical, as if he were simply reading words without processing their meaning. My dearest Oakhaven, he began, and the formality of it, combined with the context, felt chilling. If you are hearing this, it means I have passed on and my spirit has returned to the earth I loved so dearly. But before I go, there is a truth I must impart, a truth that has weighed upon my soul for far too long. A collective gasp, soft but distinct, rippled through the pews. Mayor Thompson, usually a man of unwavering composure, shifted uneasily in his seat. Mrs. Henderson gripped the hymnal in her lap with white knuckles. Even old Mr. Abernathy, who typically dozed through sermons, was bolt upright, his faded eyes wide. Robert paused, cleared his throat again, and continued, his voice gaining a strange, unwavering strength that seemed to defy his earlier nervousness. My death, though deemed natural by the doctors, was not entirely so. I was poisoned, slowly, subtly, over many months. My tea, my biscuits, laced with something that stole my strength, piece by piece, until there was nothing left. The words hung in the air, heavy and poisonous themselves, twisting the lily's sweet scent into something cloying and foul. The silence that followed was absolute, a void where the quiet hum of grief had been. Then a woman near the front, someone I didn't immediately recognize, let out a small, choked sob that quickly dissolved into outright weeping. Others began to murmur, a low, buzzing sound like a disturbed beehive. My notepad, forgotten until now, felt like a lead weight in my pocket. My journalist's brain, usually quick to compartmentalize and analyze, was reeling. Poisoned, Martha Thorne, it was unthinkable, an impossible scenario for Oak Haven. This wasn't just a scandal, it was an earthquake. Robert continued, his gaze fixed on the letter, seemingly oblivious to the seismic shift he had just unleashed. I kept silent even as I grew weaker, for I knew who was doing it, and I knew why. This person believed they were acting with impunity, that their secret would remain buried with me. But I could not allow that. Oak Haven deserves the truth. I deserve justice. A wave of disbelief, then outrage, surged through the congregation. People began to stand, whispering, pointing, their faces a mixture of horror and dawning suspicion. The Reverend Miller, who had been standing beside Robert, his face a mask of bewilderment, now stepped forward, his hand tentatively reaching for Robert's arm. "Robert, my boy," he began, his voice hoarse, "perhaps this isn't the appropriate time." But Robert, as if guided by Martha's unseen hand, gently shrugged off the Reverend's touch. "Aunt Martha's explicit instructions," he repeated, his eyes finally lifting from the letter, scanning the faces in the church, a strange, haunted look in them. "She said it was important for everyone to hear, for everyone to know." He took a deep breath, and the next words were spoken with a chilling clarity that cut through the rising tide of murmurs. "The person who poisoned me, the one who slowly stole my life, is amongst you now. They are here in this very church, mourning my passing alongside the rest of Oak Haven. But their tears are crocodile tears, their grief a masquerade. The poisoner of Martha Thorne is Arthur Pendleton." The name landed like a physical blow. Arthur Pendleton, the church treasurer, a man whose family had been in Oak Haven for generations, as entrenched as the old oak trees that lined Main Street. A quiet, unassuming man in his late 50s, with spectacles perched on his nose and a perpetually mild expression. He sat in the third row next to his wife, Eleanor, a woman known for her prize-winning rose garden. The reaction was immediate and visceral. A collective gasp, louder this time, followed by a sudden, stunned silence. Every head in the church swiveled towards Arthur. He sat there, frozen, his face draining of all color, his mouth slightly agape, looking like a deer caught in headlights. Eleanor, beside him, let out a small, terrified shriek. "No," a voice boomed from the front row. It was Mayor Thompson, his face crimson, his usually booming voice cracking with disbelief. "Martha, bless her soul, must have been mistaken. Arthur, impossible." But Robert wasn't finished. He held up the letter as if it were a sacred text. "Aunt Martha knew, she wrote it all down. She said Arthur Pendleton has been embezzling funds from the church, from the library, from every charity fund she managed for years. She discovered his deception, and when she confronted him, he began to silence her slowly, deliberately, so no one would suspect foul play." The words continued to cascade, each one a hammer blow: embezzlement, poison, Arthur Pendleton. The quiet, respectable pillar of the community revealed to be a snake in the grass, a murderer. Eleanor Pendleton, now fully comprehending the accusation, began to sob uncontrollably, burying her face in her hands. Arthur, however, remained still, his eyes wide and fixed, not on the letter, not on Robert, but on something unseen, perhaps the weight of his own monstrous secret finally brought to light. My mind, though still reeling, had begun to click into reporter mode. Details, quotes, reactions. This wasn't just a story, it was the story. The biggest Oak Haven had ever seen. My hand instinctively went to my pocket, touching the cool metal of my pen, the rough texture of my notepad. The church erupted into utter pandemonium. People were shouting, some demanding Arthur's arrest, others still in disbelief, trying to shout down the accuser. The Reverend Miller, looking utterly lost, was trying in vain to restore order. Mayor Thompson, now on his feet, was attempting to reach Arthur, perhaps to confront him, perhaps to protect him from the surging wave of outrage. Arthur Pendleton finally moved. Slowly, his gaze still vacant, he began to stand. His legs seemed unsteady, as if they might give out at any moment. As he rose, his eyes, dark and haunted, finally met Robert's. There was no anger there, no denial, just a profound, terrifying resignation. And then, just as he was fully upright, Arthur Pendleton collapsed. He fell to the side, hitting the polished wooden pew with a sickening thud before sliding onto the floor, a crumpled heap of dark suit and pale skin. A collective scream, a mixture of horror and shock, tore through the church. "Arthur!" Eleanor shrieked, scrambling over the pew to reach him. The chaos escalated. Someone yelled for a doctor, someone else was trying to push through the crowd to get to the fallen man. The Reverend was calling for calm, his voice barely audible above the din. I moved, propelled by instinct, pushing past shocked parishioners. I needed to see, I needed to know. By the time I reached the aisle, Eleanor was cradling Arthur's head, her sobs echoing through the now hysterical church. His eyes were open, but they were fixed, unseeing, on the ornate ceiling. His skin had taken on an ashen quality, and a thin trickle of blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth. Dr. Albright, a kind, elderly man who had attended Martha, was already kneeling beside him, feeling for a pulse. His face, usually so calm and reassuring, was grim. He looked up, his eyes meeting the terrified gaze of Alina. He shook his head slowly, sadly. "He's gone," Dr. Albright announced, his voice quiet but carrying clearly in the suddenly hushed church. He's dead." The silence that followed was even more profound than before. Martha Thorne's funeral had just witnessed not one but two deaths. A woman accused her killer from beyond the grave, and then that killer, in the very act of being exposed, had himself died. It was a macabre, almost biblical scene, too outlandish for Oakhaven, too cruel for reality. The rest of the day, and indeed the weeks that followed, became a blur of police sirens, stunned interviews, and a town plunged into a collective state of shock and disbelief. Oakhaven, once a sanctuary of quiet predictability, was now the epicenter of a murder mystery, a financial scandal, and a baffling double death. My job, once about bake sales, had just become far more complicated. The state police arrived within the hour, two cruisers pulling up to the church, their flashing lights casting an eerie blue and red glow on the historic stone facade. Detectives in dark suits, their faces grim and unreadable, efficiently took charge, securing the scene. They were outsiders, their presence a stark reminder that Oakhaven's idyllic bubble had burst. The first person they spoke to, of course, was Robert. He was still standing at the pulpit, the letter clutched in his hand, looking utterly shell-shocked. He recounted in a quiet, halting voice what Martha had asked him to do, the shock of reading the accusations himself and the horrifying sight of Arthur's collapse. The detectives confiscated the letter, sealing it in an evidence bag, handling it with a reverence usually reserved for ancient artifacts. It was, after all, a posthumous accusation, a dying declaration that had triggered a second, immediate death. Alina Pendleton was inconsolable, ushered out of the church by two officers, her wails echoing through the suddenly empty sanctuary. The remaining congregation, a mix of the horrified and the morbidly curious, was slowly, reluctantly released, each person a potential witness, each person now carrying the burden of knowing Oakhaven's darkest secret. I stayed behind, of course. My journalistic instincts, sharpened by the day's events, pushed me forward. I identified myself to the lead detective, a stoic woman named Detective Ramirez, whose sharp eyes seemed to take in everything at once. "I'm John Miller from the Oakhaven Gazette," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I was covering the funeral, I heard everything." She gave me a brief, assessing look. "We'll need a statement from you, Mr. Miller, your observations, everything you saw and heard." "Of course," I replied, pulling out my notepad. "I've already got notes. I can also offer a local perspective if that helps. I know this town, these people." Her expression didn't soften, but she nodded curtly. "We'll be in touch. For now, this is an active crime scene. We need everyone cleared out." As I reluctantly left the church, the cold October air hit me like a slap. Outside, a small crowd had gathered, drawn by the police cars. Whispers circulated, faces were pale with a mixture of fear and fascination. It felt like the entire town was holding its breath, waiting for answers that might shatter their world completely. Back at my small, cluttered office at the Gazette, the aroma of stale coffee and old newsprint seemed irrelevant. My fingers, usually nimble on the keyboard, felt stiff, hesitant. How do you write a headline for this? "Beloved librarian murdered by treasurer who then dies at funeral." It sounded like something out of a pulp fiction novel, not the sedate pages of the Oakhaven Gazette. I started typing, the words flowing but feeling inadequate, unable to truly capture the raw horror of what had transpired. I wrote about Martha's legacy, Robert's trembling voice, the chilling revelation, Arthur's collapse. I focused on the facts, trying to keep my own shock and disgust out of the narrative, a difficult task when my stomach was still churning. The editor, Sarah, a no-nonsense woman with a permanent scowl, would have a field day with this, or a heart attack, probably both. This wasn't a zoning meeting report, this was history. The next few days were a whirlwind. Oakhaven was besieged by reporters from bigger papers, TV crews from the city. Our quiet town, once a hidden gem, was now a macabre spectacle. My phone rang incessantly with calls from national news desks, all wanting the local angle. I did my best, relaying what I knew, always conscious of the delicate balance between reporting the truth and protecting the traumatized community I called home. The initial autopsy reports trickled out. Martha Thorne's toxicology report confirmed the presence of a slow-acting poison, a common pesticide, in her system. It had been administered over a prolonged period, consistent with her letter's claims. Arthur Pendleton's death was attributed to a sudden, massive heart attack triggered by extreme stress. The timing was too perfect, too devastating to be mere coincidence. The exposure, the shame, the sheer weight of his confession, or rather, Martha's accusation, had literally killed him. Detective Ramirez and her team were thorough. They sealed off Arthur and Alina's house, meticulously searching for evidence. They interviewed everyone: Robert, Alina, Mayor Thompson, Dr. Albright, anyone who had been close to Martha or Arthur. I gave my official statement outlining everything I had observed, my reporter's notes serving as a meticulously detailed account. The police found significant evidence in Arthur's home. Hidden ledgers, bank statements, and digital files confirmed Martha's accusations of embezzlement. Thousands upon thousands of dollars siphoned off from church funds, library endowments, and various Oakhaven charity accounts, including the annual Martha's Mirth and Meals food drive. He'd been systematically robbing the town for years, funneling the money into secret offshore accounts and lavish personal purchases that went unnoticed in his outwardly modest life. A desperate gambling addiction, it seemed, was the root cause. A secret life hidden behind a facade of quiet respectability. They also found a small, unlabeled bottle of the same pesticide in his garden shed, tucked away beneath a pile of gardening tools. It was circumstantial but damning. The pieces of Martha's puzzle were falling into place, chillingly, tragically. The official conclusion was devastatingly simple. Martha Thorne discovered Arthur Pendleton's embezzlement. She confronted him. He, in a desperate attempt to silence her and protect his secret, began to poison her. When she died, he believed himself safe, only for her to expose him from beyond the grave, leading to his own fatal heart attack. A perfect, tragic circle of crime and poetic justice. But Oakhaven was not so easily satisfied with simple answers. The logic was there, the evidence mounting, yet a deep unease lingered. How could Arthur Pendleton, have done such a thing? The man who always volunteered to count the church collection, who meticulously handled the library budget. The man who had a reputation for honesty, if a little dull. The cognitive dissonance was almost unbearable. The town was fractured. Some believed every word of Martha's letter, their grief turning to righteous anger against Arthur's memory. Others, particularly those who had known Arthur for decades, struggled to accept it. They whispered about Martha's age, questioning if she might have been confused, perhaps paranoid in her final days. They pointed out that Arthur had no history of violence, no discernible motive beyond the money, and even then he was not a man of extravagant tastes. Why not simply run away? Why such a slow, cruel method of murder? And why leave the poison in his shed? Eleanor Pendleton, after the initial shock and grief, became one of Arthur's staunchest, if increasingly isolated, defenders. She insisted tearfully to anyone who would listen that Arthur could never have hurt Martha. She said he loved Martha like an aunt, that they'd played chess every Tuesday. She claimed the money he'd siphoned was a private matter, a loan he'd taken to cover some family medical bills, not embezzlement, and he'd been planning to pay it back. She dismissed the pesticide as something he used for his rose garden, which was true. Her denial, though heartfelt, felt increasingly desperate in the face of overwhelming evidence. She became a pariah, pitied but largely ignored. The Reverend Miller tried to preach peace and forgiveness, but his sermons felt hollow. Mayor Thompson tried to project an image of calm and resilience, but his face was perpetually etched with worry lines. Oakhaven was a town in mourning, yes, but also a town consumed by suspicion, shattered trust, and an unshakable sense of violation. The innocence was gone, replaced by a lingering shadow. My role as the local journalist shifted dramatically. I wasn't just reporting on the news, I was living it, breathing it. I became a reluctant confidant, a sounding board for theories and doubts. People came to me with their suspicions, their memories, their desperate need to understand. Mrs. Henderson from the bakery, usually a fount of town gossip, came to me, her voice hushed. "John, I just can't believe it was Arthur. He always paid for his pastries with exact change. Always a man that particular with pennies, how could he steal thousands?" Young Timmy, the paperboy, told me how Arthur always had a friendly word, a genuine smile. "He wasn't like that," Timmy insisted, his voice cracking. "He was nice." These little interactions, these desperate attempts to reconcile the monster with the man they knew, chipped away at my own journalistic objectivity. While the evidence was compelling, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was still missing, some piece of the puzzle that Martha's letter, for all its chilling clarity, hadn't quite revealed. One late afternoon, about a month after the funerals, I was at my desk, trying to write an editorial about Oakhaven's path forward when my phone rang. It was Robert Thorne. "John, it's Robert, Martha's nephew." His voice was low, hesitant, as if he was unsure whether to call. "Robert, hey, how are you doing?" I asked, pushing aside my half-finished editorial. "As well as can be expected, I suppose," he sighed. It's been a lot for everyone." "It certainly has," I agreed. "What can I do for you?" "Well," he began, a long pause stretching between us. "I'm clearing out Aunt Martha's house. Everything is going to be donated or sold. It's hard going through all her things, but I found something I think you should see." My reporter's senses immediately sharpened. "Oh, what is it?" It's another letter, or not a letter exactly, more like a journal entry perhaps, hidden away." His voice was laced with a strange mix of apprehension and urgency. I found it tucked inside an old family Bible behind the pressed flowers Martha always kept there. It was sealed just like the one she had me read at the funeral, but this one was unmarked. I opened it out of curiosity, and now I'm not so sure about everything. A new letter, hidden, unmarked. This sent a shiver down my spine. Martha Thorne, even in death, was still orchestrating events, still dropping cryptic clues. Not sure about everything, I pressed, my heart quickening. Robert, what did it say? It's not long, he explained, but it casts a different light on things. I don't think I should tell you over the phone. Could you come over tonight? I'd rather not be alone with it. His voice held a tremor I hadn't heard since the funeral, a raw vulnerability that went beyond mere grief. It suggested fear. This wasn't just another piece of evidence, it was something that genuinely disturbed him. Of course, Robert, I said immediately. Give me an hour, I'll be there. I hung up, my mind racing. Another letter from Martha. What could it possibly contain that would make Robert, who had so stoically delivered the first, now sound so shaken? Had Martha left a confession, an apology, or something far more sinister? The thought that the official conclusion that Arthur Pendleton was the lone killer might not be the whole truth had always gnawed at me. Now with Robert's call, that doubt solidified into a cold, hard certainty. Martha Thorne, the meticulous librarian, the community matriarch, had clearly left behind more than one final message. And if this new message could cast a different light on everything, it meant the story of Oakhaven's tragedy was far from over. It meant the truth, the real truth, was still hidden, waiting to be uncovered. And I, John Miller, local journalist, was about to step further into the labyrinth of Martha Thorne's final secrets. I grabbed my coat, my notepad, and my trusty pen. The air outside was crisp, carrying the scent of burning leaves. Darkness was beginning to fall over Oakhaven, painting the familiar streets in long, eerie shadows. The town's quiet beauty, once comforting, now felt like a disguise, hiding layers of complexity and deceit. I drove towards Martha's house, a sense of urgency building with every passing minute, feeling as though I was driving not just to an old house, but directly into the heart of Oakhaven's hidden darkness. Martha's house was a beautiful old Victorian, set back from the road with a sprawling front porch and a riot of late-blooming hydrangeas. It looked exactly as it always had, neat and welcoming, yet tonight, under the encroaching twilight, it felt different, haunted. A single light glowed in the living room window, a beacon in the gloom. I parked my beat-up sedan and walked up the flagstone path, the crunch of gravel beneath my shoes the only sound in the deepening silence. When I knocked, the heavy oak door opened almost immediately. Robert stood there, his face pale and drawn, his eyes shadowed with exhaustion and what looked like genuine apprehension. "John, thank you for coming," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. He stepped aside, letting me in. The house, once filled with Martha's warmth and the faint smell of baking cookies, now felt cold and empty. Sheets draped over furniture, boxes stacked in corners, gave it the air of a tomb being prepared for sealing. The living room, however, was relatively untouched, still filled with Martha's antique furniture and shelves crammed with books. A small, ornate desk lamp cast a pool of soft light onto a polished mahogany table, where an open, leather-bound Bible lay next to a folded piece of aged parchment. "It's over here," Robert said, gesturing to the table. His hands, I noticed, were trembling slightly. I walked over, my eyes drawn immediately to the parchment. It looked identical to the first letter, thick and cream-colored, but this one lacked the T signet seal. Robert had clearly broken it himself. "I found it in here," Robert explained, tapping the large family Bible. "Behind a dried rose, tucked away in the Psalms chapter where Martha always marked passages for comfort." He hesitated, then picked up the parchment with a careful hand, as if it might shatter. I opened it. I didn't know what else to do, and then I read it, and I knew I had to call you. He handed it to me. My fingers brushed against the aged paper, feeling its texture. It was still warm from his hand. I unfolded it, revealing Martha's elegant, slightly spidery handwriting. This time there was no formal salutation, no "my dearest Oakhaven." It began simply, starkly. October 3rd, 1:17 p.m. I felt a chill despite the warmth of the room. This wasn't a general letter to the town. This was a private entry, dated just 2 days before her official passing, which had been on October 5th. This was Martha's final, urgent thoughts. I began to read. "The truth is heavier than I ever imagined. He thinks he's so clever, so subtle, but I see it now clear as day. The symptoms have worsened today. My tea tastes off. My joints ache with a new intensity. I know what he's doing. I know who it is." My breath hitched. This was consistent with the first letter, the poisoning, the discovery. But then the next sentence veered sharply. "It's not Arthur, poor Arthur. He's a fool, yes, a misguided, desperate man. His financial dealings are certainly reprehensible and he deserves to be exposed for that. I found his ledgers, saw the mess he'd made, but he is not a murderer. He is incapable of such malice. I froze. Robert was right. This changed everything, not Arthur. Martha, in her final days, with the poison already coursing through her veins, had explicitly, unequivocally cleared Arthur Pendleton of murder. The man who had died of a heart attack, destroyed by her accusation, was innocent of that specific heinous crime. My eyes darted to Robert, who was watching me with a haunted expression. "You see," he whispered, his voice cracking. I read it, and my whole world just shifted. I continued reading, my heart pounding, a cold dread seeping into my bones. I had considered exposing Arthur for his financial misdeeds alone, but I hesitated. He has a sick wife, a daughter in college. He's weak, not evil. He'd simply crumble. But then the real threat emerged. The poison started after I confronted Arthur, yes, but it wasn't him. It was him, the one who truly wants me gone. The one who knew I was about to expose something far darker than mere embezzlement. I realized too late that I had become a liability, not just for exposing Arthur's petty thievery, but for something much larger. Something that touches the very fabric of Oakhaven, a darkness festering beneath its tranquil surface. I believe the person poisoning me intends to use Arthur as a scapegoat, to divert suspicion. To make it seem like Arthur, in a fit of desperation to cover his tracks, would commit murder. It's a brilliant, cruel plan, and I fear it will work unless I intervene. I cannot let an innocent man, however flawed, take the blame for true malice. But I also know that if I name the real killer too openly, too directly, the consequences for Oakhaven and for those I love could be catastrophic. The truth, in this case, might do more harm than good, at least directly. So I have devised a plan, a desperate measure. I will write 2 letters. The first, to be read at my funeral, will accuse Arthur Pendleton of my murder and detail his embezzlement. This will achieve 2 things. It will expose Arthur's crimes, which he deserves, and it will draw all attention to him. The town, the police, they will believe it. It will be tidy, believable, a closed case. But the second letter, this one, is for the one who truly cares, the one who will look deeper, for Robert, or for John if Robert confides in him. You, the reader of this note, must understand Arthur is a pawn, a tragic, unwitting diversion. The true killer is still free, hiding in plain sight, pulling the strings. This individual knew I was investigating an old, unresolved mystery, a secret that Oakhaven has buried for decades. A secret about the disappearances. My head snapped up, my eyes wide. The disappearances, I asked, my voice hoarse, barely a whisper. What disappearances? Robert shook his head, looking as bewildered as I felt. I have no idea. We've never had any disappearances in Oakhaven. Not in my lifetime, anyway. Nothing unresolved, nothing significant. I looked back down at Martha's intricate handwriting, the words now imbued with a chilling new meaning. They started long ago, unexplained absences, people who simply vanished. The town always had an explanation, a convenient story, moved away suddenly, ran off with a lover, just didn't fit in. But I always knew, I always suspected. And I spent my final years, when my health allowed, quietly researching, quietly digging. I found patterns, connections, and I found a name. The true poisoner, the mastermind behind this insidious plot, the one who has preyed on Oakhaven for far too long, protecting a horrifying secret connected to those disappearances, is. The handwriting here became spidery, almost illegible, as if Martha's strength had given out. A smudge of ink marred the page, making the next few words indistinct. My eyes strained to decipher them. The one who controls the... And then just 3 letters, stark and terrifying. PMS. That was it, the letter ended there, abruptly, chillingly. A name or set of initials cut off perhaps by the very poison that was stealing her life. A cryptic clue, an incomplete warning left by a dying woman. The room was silent, save for the frantic pounding of my own heart. I slowly folded the parchment, the weight of it suddenly immense. PMS, I finally managed, my voice sounding alien even to my own ears. What does that mean, Robert? Robert ran a hand through his hair, looking utterly lost. I have no idea. I've gone over it and over it. Is it a person's initials, a place, a code? It makes no sense. And the part about disappearances, it's terrifying. I've searched my memory. I've even briefly looked through some old town records, but I can't find any evidence of unexplained disappearances in Oakhaven. Not the kind of dark secret she's describing. Martha Thorne didn't deal in hyperbole, Robert, I said, my voice firm despite the tremor in my hands. If she said there were disappearances, there were. If she said Arthur was a scapegoat, he was. This changes everything. The entire police investigation, the town's conclusion, it's all based on a deliberate misdirection. But why? Robert whispered, his eyes filled with a desperate plea for understanding. Why would she frame Arthur even if he was a pawn? Why not just name the real killer outright if she knew who it was? Why go through all this trouble, this convoluted scheme? I thought about Martha's words. If I name the real killer too openly, too directly, the consequences for Oakhaven and for those I love could be catastrophic. The truth in this case might do more harm than good, at least directly. She said it, I replied, tapping the folded letter. She believed the direct truth would be catastrophic, that this PMS character, or whatever PMS is, was tied into something so fundamental, so powerful in Oakhaven, that exposing them directly would cause more damage than even her own murder. She must have felt she needed to set a slower chain of events in motion, to give someone us the tools to uncover the truth without tearing the town apart instantly. A slower chain of events, Robert scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping him. She framed an innocent man for murder and he died because of it. How is that less damaging? She called Arthur a fool and misguided, not evil, I argued, though I felt a knot of unease in my stomach. And she said he deserved to be exposed for his financial crimes. Perhaps she knew his weak heart couldn't handle the exposure, but she couldn't have anticipated his immediate death. She might have hoped his trial would be the real platform to reveal the full truth, to unravel the larger secret during the process. His sudden death changed her plan, cut it short. Now this second letter, this clue, becomes even more critical. We sat in silence for a moment, the enormity of Martha's revelation settling over us. The quiet of the house, the encroaching darkness outside, felt oppressive. Oakhaven's peaceful facade had not just cracked, it had shattered, revealing a dark, complex web beneath. "We have to tell the police, John," Robert said, finally breaking the silence, his voice firmer now. "Detective Ramirez, we have to show her this." I nodded slowly, my mind already racing, considering the implications. "Yes, we do, but we need to be careful. This letter completely upends their investigation. They've closed the case. They've found their convenient killer. They might not be receptive to a posthumous retraction that complicates everything." "But it's Martha's hand, John," Robert insisted, holding up the letter. "It's irrefutable, and it explicitly clears Arthur of murder." "I know," I said, "but it also implicates someone else, someone unknown, tied to disappearances no one seems to remember, and ends with a cryptic PMS. They'll see it as the ramblings of a dying woman, confused and paranoid, trying to deflect from the convenient truth." "So what do we do?" Robert asked, his hope fading slightly. "We go to them," I said, making a decision. "But we don't just hand it over and expect them to believe us. We need to frame it carefully. We need to show them how this fits, how it explains the inconsistencies, how it opens up a new, terrifying possibility." "What inconsistencies?" Robert asked. "Think about it, Robert," I explained. "Arthur Pendleton, the meticulous treasurer, the mild-mannered man with no history of violence, uses a slow-acting poison, then leaves the bottle in his shed. It was too neat, too obvious. A man trying to cover his tracks might have disposed of it more carefully. And his complete stunned silence, his resignation at the funeral, Arthur's collapse was too convenient, wasn't it? Almost poetic. A man who was accused, then immediately drops dead. It tied everything up too neatly for the police. They found the ledgers, the pesticide bottle, a gambling problem. It painted a picture they understood. But Martha, the sharpest mind in Oakhaven, who saw beyond appearances, says Arthur was only a pawn. His actions were reprehensible, but not murderous. That feels more consistent with the Arthur we knew. And the pesticide bottle in the shed, too easy, too obvious. Someone wanted it to be found." Robert listened, his brow furrowed, processing my words. "So you think the real killer put it there, planted it to frame him?" "It's a strong possibility," I confirmed, tapping the letter again. "A murderer trying to pin it on Arthur would make sure the evidence pointed directly to him. And given Martha's letter, it seems that was exactly the plan." "This is overwhelming," Robert confessed, sinking onto an old armchair, rubbing his temples. "My aunt, the woman who practically raised me, engineered a false accusation from beyond the grave, knowing it would likely destroy Arthur, and then left a second, secret letter to unravel it all. It's like something out of a play, a very dark play." "She was protecting Oakhaven, or at least trying to in her own way," I reminded him, rereading the phrase about catastrophic consequences. "She felt the direct truth would be too damaging. She was trying to buy time to set the stage for a slower, more controlled revelation. Her plan was probably disrupted by Arthur's immediate death, which is why this second letter is now our primary guide." "But PMS and disappearances," Robert threw his hands up in exasperation. "Where do we even begin? No one talks about disappearances in Oakhaven. It's not something that happens here. People leave, sure, but they say goodbye, they move on. There are no cold cases, no missing persons files that I know of." "Exactly," I said, a sudden thought sparking in my mind. "Which means these aren't official records, they're forgotten, covered up, or perhaps people didn't realize they were disappearances at all. Martha, the librarian, the keeper of Oakhaven's stories, would have noticed what others missed. She would have seen the patterns." I looked around the room at Martha's overflowing bookshelves. If anyone knew about Oakhaven's hidden history, its unspoken truths, it was Martha. And if there are disappearances and someone is covering them up and PMS is involved, then Martha was probably doing exactly what she did best, researching. So we follow her lead, Robert said, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. We try to find what she found, but where? The library for starters, I suggested. Martha spent 40 years there. It was her domain. She'd have access to old town records, local newspapers, historical society documents, anything that could shed light on unexplained departures, anything that might hint at a pattern. And PMS, Robert pressed. I shook my head. That's the hardest part. It could be anything. A person's initials, a group, a project. But if Martha saw it as dangerous, as something that controls, it implies power. Someone or something with influence in this town. All right, Robert stood, taking a deep breath. So first we go to Detective Ramirez, we tell her everything, then we start digging. We search Martha's files, her notes, anything she might have left behind. I've already started clearing out her study, maybe there's something there. We'll go to Detective Ramirez first thing tomorrow morning, I decided. Tonight, let's absorb this, let it sink in, we need to be clear-headed when we present this. But I agree, we also need to start our own investigation. If she's resistant, we might have to dig up enough to force her hand. I carefully refolded Martha's second letter and tucked it into my inner jacket pocket alongside my notepad. Its presence felt like a heavy stone against my chest. This wasn't just a story anymore. This was a quest, a dangerous unraveling of Oakhaven's dark heart guided by a ghost. As I drove away from Martha's house, the town lights seemed to dim, their cheerful glow muted by the knowledge I now carried. The quiet streets, once a source of comfort, now felt like a stage set, carefully constructed to hide a sinister drama. The next morning dawned crisp and clear, a stark contrast to the turbulent emotions churning within me. Robert and I met at my office, the Oakhaven Gazette, an hour before we were scheduled to see Detective Ramirez. We needed to strategize. She's going to be skeptical, I reiterated, pacing my small office. They put a lot of resources into closing this case. Reopening it because of a second, cryptic letter from a deceased woman will be a hard sell, especially with no concrete evidence beyond the letter itself. But the letter is concrete, Robert countered, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. It's in Aunt Martha's own hand. She specifically clears Arthur. That has to count for something. It counts, I conceded, but it also paints her as erratic, unstable in her final days, perhaps. A woman who falsely accused a man, then tried to retract it with a half-finished clue about unknown disappearances. They might question her mental state, suggest delirium due to the poison. That's unfair, Robert protested, his voice rising. My aunt was sharp as a tack until the very end. I know, I said, holding up a hand. And I agree, but we need to anticipate their arguments. We need to show them why this letter makes sense, why it explains things that didn't quite add up. Like the pesticide bottle, Robert offered. Exactly, I nodded. And Arthur's complete lack of protest, his resignation, it makes more sense if he knew he was only guilty of embezzlement, not murder. Perhaps he intended to confess to that, not the murder. But Martha's first letter accused him of everything, and his heart gave out under the shame and shock. If he believed he was truly innocent of the murder charge, the shock would have been compounded. We hammered out our approach, meticulously detailing the inconsistencies and outlining how Martha's second letter provided a more complex, yet ultimately more plausible explanation. We rehearsed our arguments, ready to present a united front. Detective Ramirez's temporary office was set up in the town hall's small meeting room, usually reserved for zoning board debates. When we walked in, she was hunched over a stack of files, her dark suit jacket slung over the back of her chair. She looked up, her expression tired but alert, her sharp eyes immediately assessing us. Mr. Miller, Mr. Thorne, she greeted, gesturing to the two empty chairs across from her cluttered desk. What can I do for you? Her tone was polite, but carried an underlying firmness. The case was closed, and she likely expected us to be requesting some final details, not dropping a bombshell. Detective Ramirez, I began, taking the lead. We appreciate you taking the time. We have some new information regarding Martha Thorne's case, information that we believe is critical. She leaned back, her arms crossed, her gaze unwavering. The case of Martha Thorne and Arthur Pendleton has been officially closed, Mr. Miller. The evidence was conclusive. We understand that, Detective, Robert interjected, his voice steadier than I expected. But my aunt left behind a second letter, a private one that changes everything. I carefully took Martha's second letter from my pocket and placed it on the desk, sliding it across to her. Her eyes narrowed as she picked it up, her expression unreadable. She recognized the parchment, the distinctive handwriting. She broke the wax seal, a standard, unstamped seal, as Robert had described, and began to read. As she read, her initial skepticism slowly gave way to a flicker of something else. Surprise, then puzzlement, and finally a deep, unsettling frown. Her eyes moved rapidly across the page, rereading certain passages. When she reached the end, the cryptic PMS and the unfinished sentence, she looked up, her face a mask of careful neutrality. October 3rd, she murmured, referencing the date on the letter. Just 2 days before her passing, and it states here that Arthur Pendleton was not her killer, that he was a scapegoat intended to divert suspicion. She tapped the letter. And she implicates another party, referring to disappearances and someone who controls PMS. Yes, detective, I confirmed, leaning forward. Martha, in her final days, was trying to tell us that the truth was far more complicated than it seemed. She believed the direct revelation of the real killer would cause catastrophe for Oak Haven, so she engineered a diversion. Arthur's exposure for embezzlement, which she confirms was part of that plan. She believed his crimes deserved to be brought to light. But she never intended for him to be accused of murder by her hand, only for him to be the focus of the initial investigation while the real killer thought they were safe. Which implies a level of premeditation and strategic thinking that is quite remarkable for a dying woman, Detective Ramirez said, her voice dry. And she then provides an incomplete clue referring to unknown disappearances and cryptic initials. This sounds like the ramblings of someone confused, perhaps paranoid from the effects of a slow-acting poison. With all due respect, Detective, Robert spoke up, his voice firm, my aunt was of sound mind. I was with her almost daily. She was weakened, yes, but her intellect was completely intact. She was meticulous, precise. This letter is not the product of confusion. It's a carefully crafted warning, a final attempt to guide us to the real truth without immediately tearing the town apart. And it explains the inconsistencies, I added, pressing our point. Arthur's resignation at the funeral, his seemingly passive acceptance of the accusation, and the convenient placement of the pesticide in his shed. It's too neat, too perfect for a man who was allegedly trying to cover his tracks. It points to a deliberate frame-up, using Arthur's known financial misdeeds as cover. Detective Ramirez was silent for a long moment, tapping the letter against her chin. Her gaze, sharp and analytical, swept from me to Robert, then back to the letter. This presents significant challenges, she finally said. We have an airtight case on Arthur Pendleton's embezzlement. The financial records are undeniable, and his cause of death was a heart attack directly linked to extreme stress. While this letter recants the murder accusation, it doesn't negate his involvement in the financial crimes. No, it doesn't, I agreed. Martha herself says he deserved to be exposed for that, but it opens up the possibility that someone else committed the murder, taking advantage of Arthur's vulnerability and Martha's planned exposure. And this PMS, she asked, her finger hovering over the initials. Any thoughts on what this could represent? Robert and I exchanged a look. None that are concrete, Detective, Robert admitted. It could be initials, a code, an organization we just don't know, and the disappearances, we've never heard of any in Oak Haven that fit this description. Nothing unresolved, nothing significant enough to be linked to a current-day murder. Detective Ramirez sighed, running a hand through her short, practical hair. All right, I'll admit this is unexpected and potentially problematic. It throws a very large wrench into a closed investigation. We'll need to send this letter for forensic analysis, confirm its authenticity, confirm Martha's handwriting. Even then, a dying declaration that retracts a previous dying declaration is hardly common legal precedent. But it's a lead, Detective, I urged. A lead from the victim herself, from beyond the grave, suggesting a deeper conspiracy. It's Martha Thorne, you know how meticulous she was. She wouldn't have left something like this if it wasn't important. She gave me a long, assessing look, as if weighing my journalistic integrity against the chaos this letter would unleash. All right, Mr. Miller, I'll look into it. We'll re-examine some aspects of the case in light of this, but I make no promises. And this information, she held up the letter, is not to be disseminated. This is an official police matter now, and any leaks could jeopardize a potential new investigation. Understood, Detective, I said immediately. Robert nodded in agreement. While I was a journalist, I also understood the delicate nature of this situation. Prematurely releasing this letter could cause mass panic in Oak Haven, not to mention compromise any chance of finding the real killer. As we left the town hall, the weight on my shoulders felt a little lighter, but the knot in my stomach remained. Ramirez was cautious, but she hadn't dismissed us outright. That was a start. Now the real work began. Robert and I immediately began our own investigation, following Martha's invisible breadcrumbs. Our first stop was Martha's house, specifically her study, where Robert had been clearing out her belongings. Martha's study was a treasure trove, a testament to her lifelong passion for knowledge in Oak Haven's history. Books lined every wall, spilling onto the floor in carefully organized stacks. A large wooden desk was covered in meticulously organized files, notebooks, and loose papers. She kept everything, Robert said, gesturing around the room. Every little detail about Oakhaven, every historical tidbit. She was practically the town's unofficial archivist. Perfect, I replied, my journalist's instincts tingling. If anyone would have documented strange occurrences, it would be Martha. We're looking for anything unusual. Any mention of people leaving suddenly, unexplained absences, anything that doesn't quite fit the official narrative. We spent the rest of the day and much of the following week immersed in Martha's study. We sifted through decades of notes, old Oakhaven Gazette clippings she'd saved, personal journals, and even old town directories. It was like archaeological dig, each layer revealing a glimpse into Martha's mind and Oakhaven's past. We discovered Martha had a particular interest in what she called loose ends, stories that never quite felt complete, rumors that never died, minor historical footnotes that others dismissed, but she continued to ponder. She had a whole section dedicated to curious cases in her filing cabinet. It was in this section that we found the first tantalizing clue related to the disappearances. A folder, surprisingly thin, labeled simply OAKHAVEN Departures Unexplained. My heart hammered as I opened it. Inside, there were no official police reports, no missing persons flyers. Instead, there were handwritten notes, old newspaper obituaries with highlighted names, and excerpts from town newsletters. Each document detailed someone who had left Oakhaven under slightly odd circumstances. The first entry was dated 1968. Eleanor Vance, 23, left town suddenly with no word to family or friends, rumored to have gone to the city for opportunity, promising art student. Family received one postcard, unidentifiable handwriting, postmarked from Chicago 6 months after departure, simply stating, "I'm happy, don't look for me." Relatives found it uncharacteristic. The next, 1975, Thomas Albright, 30, local handyman, disappeared shortly after expressing concerns about corrupt dealings at the old lumber mill. Wife told everyone he ran off with a waitress from out of town. No one saw him leave, no one heard from him again. His tools were left in his workshop. 1982, Sarah Jenkins, 19, aspiring writer, left a note saying she was seeking inspiration elsewhere. Family found it strange she left without her prized antique typewriter. Her boyfriend said she'd been talking about exposing a local scandal. Her car was found abandoned at the bus station, but no ticket was purchased under her name. And so on, each story was similar. A sudden departure, often with a flimsy explanation given by a family member or friend, and always a lingering detail that Martha had highlighted, an uncharacteristic action, a prized possession left behind, a rumor of discontent, or a secret being uncovered. These weren't the splashy, dramatic disappearances that make headlines. These were quiet fade-outs, easily explained away by a small town's tendency to avoid uncomfortable truths. These are it, I breathed, staring at the list. These are Martha's disappearances, people who vanished, but the town found a convenient way to forget about them or explain them away. But who would want to cover these up? Robert asked, scanning the names. Most of these people don't seem to be connected to each other beyond living in Oakhaven. That's what Martha was trying to figure out, I replied. She was looking for a pattern, a connection, and she believed she found one significant enough to get her killed. We continued digging, finding more notes. Martha had meticulously researched each individual, even attempting to track down distant relatives, trying to get to the bottom of their stories. Her notes indicated that in several cases, the official story felt forced, almost too perfect. Then we found another file, much thicker this time, labeled the OAKHAVEN Chronicle Historical Discrepancies. This folder contained old newspaper clippings, but many were annotated by Martha's precise hand. She wasn't just collecting articles, she was analyzing them, cross-referencing information, looking for the cracks in the narrative. In one particular article from the 1970s about the development of a new housing complex on the outskirts of Oakhaven, Martha had underlined a paragraph. PM Stewart, head of the Oakhaven Planning Commission, expressed his strong support for the new Willow Creek Estates development, citing its potential for growth and prosperity for the town. My eyes shot to Robert. PM Stewart, I whispered. PMS, could it be a person, PM Stewart? Robert's eyes widened. It's plausible, Patrick Michael Stewart, perhaps a prominent citizen. We immediately searched Martha's other files for any mention of PM Stewart. We found several. He appeared to have been a very influential figure in Oakhaven during the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. He had served on numerous town committees, held positions of power in various local businesses, and was widely regarded as a visionary who brought prosperity to Oakhaven. He was often mentioned in glowing terms in the old Gazette articles, usually accompanied by a picture of a distinguished-looking man with a confident smile. This is getting interesting, I murmured, pulling out more clippings. He was involved in land development, town planning, even the local bank at one point. He seemed to have his fingers in many pies. Then we found an obituary. Patrick Michael Stewart, beloved Oakhaven patriarch, passed away peacefully at his home on May 12, 1995, at the age of 78. He is survived by his wife, Eleanor, and his son, Richard Stewart. "He's dead," Robert stated, disappointment in his voice. "If he's PMS, then the killer is already gone." "Not necessarily," I countered, a new theory forming. "Martha's letter said the one who controls the, and then PMS, it could mean the person associated with PMS, someone carrying on his legacy or protecting his secrets. Or perhaps PMS represents something larger, an organization or a system that he established and which is still active." "But if PM Stewart was such a respected figure, a patriarch," Robert argued, "why would Martha connect him to disappearances and murder?" "That's the core of the mystery, isn't it?" I mused. "The darkness festering beneath the tranquil surface. What if PM Stewart's vision for growth and prosperity had a hidden, sinister cost? What if those disappearances were people who stood in the way of his plans or discovered his secrets?" We started to build a timeline, cross-referencing the unexplained departures with events and projects PM Stewart was involved in. We noticed a disturbing correlation. Several of the disappeared individuals had either openly opposed one of Stewart's projects or were rumored to have uncovered some impropriety related to his dealings. Thomas Albright, the handyman, for instance, had disappeared right after raising concerns about the lumber mill, which PM Stewart had a significant stake in. Sarah Jenkins, the writer, was rumored to be researching a local scandal, and PM Stewart's name appeared prominently in several articles about town council dealings from that period. The more we dug, the more convinced we became. Martha hadn't been delusional. She had been piecing together a vast, decade-spanning conspiracy, one that centered around a powerful figure in Oakhaven's history and the quiet erasure of anyone who threatened his empire or exposed his darkness. We gathered all the relevant documents, the unexplained departures folder, the annotated Oakhaven Chronicle clippings, and the information linking PM Stewart to the town's significant development. We decided to present this to Detective Ramirez. This wasn't just a cryptic letter anymore. This was documented research, Martha's legacy, hinting at a hidden history of Oakhaven. Detective Ramirez listened patiently, her expression carefully neutral as we laid out our findings on her desk. The small meeting room was again filled with the weight of Oakhaven's secrets. "So you're suggesting PMS refers to Patrick Michael Stewart, a prominent Oakhaven figure who died almost 30 years ago," she summarized, tapping a pencil against her notebook. "And that his influence or his family's is somehow connected to these historical disappearances and ultimately to Martha Thorne's murder." "Yes, Detective," I confirmed, indicating the timeline we had painstakingly created. Martha's notes show a disturbing pattern. People who either opposed PM Stewart's interests or were rumored to have discovered something illicit about his business dealings consistently disappeared, and the official explanations for their departures were often flimsy, almost too convenient. Robert chimed in, and Aunt Martha believed the real killer was covering up something far darker than just Arthur's embezzlement. She referred to a horrifying secret connected to those disappearances. It implies a direct link between the past and her own murder. She was getting too close to uncovering that secret. Ramirez picked up the faded obituary of PM Stewart. He died in 1995, so if he was the mastermind, how is he connected to Martha's murder in 2023? "Martha's letter specified the one who controls the PMS," I quoted. "It could mean his son Richard Stewart, who's still very much alive and influential in Oakhaven. Or it could be a broader organization, a network of people who benefited from PM Stewart's activities and are now protecting his legacy and secrets, perhaps even protecting themselves if they were complicit." "Richard Stewart," Robert added. "He runs most of the family businesses now, Stewart Holdings. They own a lot of property in town. He's also on the town council." Ramirez's eyes narrowed. "Richard Stewart, I know the name. He's a highly respected member of the community, just like his father. Involved in numerous charities, big donor to the library even. To suggest him or his family is involved in a decades-long conspiracy culminating in murder, that's a very serious accusation, gentlemen. One that requires more than just circumstantial evidence and a dying woman's cryptic notes." "We understand that, Detective," I said, trying to keep the frustration from my voice. "But Martha Thorne was murdered, and she left a clear trail of breadcrumbs pointing directly to this. Her work as a librarian, her deep knowledge of Oakhaven, made her uniquely positioned to uncover these patterns. She saw what others missed or chose to ignore. And it explains her convoluted plan," Robert added. "If she feared a catastrophic outcome by naming the real killer directly, it suggests someone incredibly powerful, someone deeply embedded in Oakhaven's fabric. someone like the Stewart family who have been pillars of this community for generations. Ramirez sat back, her gaze distant, contemplating. I'll look into these disappearances officially. We can check old police archives, cold case files if they exist, and I'll have a quiet look into Richard Stewart's recent activities, but this is still a highly speculative theory based on a fragile premise. It's more than speculative, detective, I insisted. It's a pattern, a motive, a connection. Martha knew something, and she paid the ultimate price for it. She nodded slowly. I'll admit the sheer detail in Martha's notes, her meticulous cross-referencing, it's impressive, and the historical anomalies you've pointed out are certainly intriguing. But we're talking about discrediting a foundational family of Oakhaven based on the posthumous suspicions of a woman who also, albeit posthumously, fabricated a murder accusation. It's a very delicate situation. A delicate situation that led to 2 deaths, Detective, Robert reminded her, his voice tight. And potentially many more in the past. If Martha's right, there's a murderer or murderers still at large and a long history of secrets being violently protected. Ramirez finally broke. She rubbed her temples. All right, I'll open a preliminary investigation, but it will be discreet, very discreet. We cannot afford to cause widespread panic or accuse prominent citizens without concrete evidence. If this gets out, if the town hears about these alleged disappearances and the Stewart family's potential involvement, it could tear Oakhaven apart. We understand the need for discretion, Detective, I assured her. We won't breathe a word of this, but we will continue our own research, complementing your efforts if you allow it. She paused, considering. As long as your research is strictly information gathering and you do not interfere with my investigation or publish anything related to these theories, I won't stop you. But you are to report anything significant to me immediately. Is that clear? Crystal clear, I said. Robert nodded vigorously. As we left, I felt a flicker of hope. Ramirez was taking us seriously. It wasn't an outright acceptance of our theory, but it was enough to start moving the pieces. The gears of justice, though slow, were beginning to turn again, nudged by Martha's posthumous hand. Our next logical step was the Oakhaven Public Library. If Martha was investigating these disappearances and the Stewart family, the library would have been her primary workspace. She had run it for 40 years. It was her sanctuary, her office, and her private research lab. The library was a quiet, comforting place, still smelling faintly of old paper and dust motes dancing in the sunbeams. Sarah, a kind woman in her 50s who had worked under Martha for 20 years, was now acting head librarian. She greeted us with a sad smile. John, Robert, she said, her voice soft. Still feels strange without Martha, doesn't it? Every day, Robert replied. Sarah, we were hoping you could help us with something. We're doing some research into Oakhaven's history, and we were wondering if Martha kept any special files or had a private archive beyond the public records. Sarah's eyebrows lifted slightly. Martha had her ways, all right. She was a bit of a pack-rat, bless her heart. She kept a lot of old town records, rare books, and personal notes in the library basement. It's where she worked on her Oakhaven Chronicles project, a history of the town she was compiling. She always said the real stories were in the margins, not the headlines. Our hearts quickened. The basement, of course. Would you mind if we took a look? I asked, trying to sound casual. It might help us with our own historical research for the Gazette. Sarah hesitated, then nodded. I suppose so. Just be careful down there. It's a bit dusty. And don't touch anything that looks like a priceless artifact. Martha was very particular. She handed us a large, old-fashioned brass key. This opens her private office down there. She always locked it, said she had too many secrets to leave it open. The library basement was a labyrinth of shelving, crammed with archived newspapers, historical documents, and discarded furniture. The air was cool and still, thick with the scent of mildew and forgotten time. We found Martha's private office tucked away in a dimly lit corner, a small, windowless room. The brass key turned with a satisfying click. Inside, the office was precisely as Martha would have left it. A sturdy wooden desk, a worn armchair, and floor-to-ceiling shelves filled not with public books, but with personal binders, more notebooks, and stacks of carefully organized documents. This was the nerve center of Martha's hidden investigation. We started sifting through the files. This was more systematic than the notes in her house. Here she had categorized her research. We found a binder labeled STEWART Family Business Dealings. Inside, there were decades of property deeds, business registrations, old land permits, all meticulously cross-referenced and annotated. Martha was looking into everything PM Stewart ever touched, Robert observed, flipping through a folder full of intricate financial flowcharts. She wasn't just looking at the disappearances, she was trying to understand the underlying power structure. We discovered PM Stewart's empire was built largely on land acquisition and development. He would buy up tracts of land at low prices, often through shell corporations, then use his influence on the town council to rezone them for profitable developments. Many of the disappeared individuals were either small landowners who had refused to sell to him, or people who had spoken out against his development plans, citing environmental concerns or disruption to local ecosystems. Then we found a series of reports, dating back to the late 1960s, regarding a local wetland area known as Willow Creek Preserve. PM Stewart had pushed aggressively to develop it into a large residential and commercial complex, the very Willow Creek estates I'd seen referenced earlier. There had been considerable local opposition, with environmentalists and a few concerned citizens arguing the wetland was crucial for the town's water table and local wildlife. One of the most vocal opponents was Eleanor Vance, the art student who disappeared in 1968. "It's all connected," I said, pointing to a highlighted passage in an old environmental impact report. Eleanor Vance was a passionate advocate for the preserve. She was even organizing a petition drive against Stewart's development, then she vanished. And Thomas Albright, the handyman, Robert recalled. He disappeared after questioning corrupt dealings at the lumber mill. Look here. He pointed to another document. Stewart Holdings owned the lumber mill at that time, and there are records here of numerous complaints about illegal dumping of industrial waste into Willow Creek from the mill. It was chillingly clear, PM Stewart was not just an ambitious businessman, he was a ruthless operator who removed obstacles permanently. The disappearances weren't random, they were targeted. And Martha, the quiet librarian, had been diligently connecting these silent dots for decades. In a heavy, leather-bound journal labeled Oakhaven's Unspoken Truths, Martha's elegant script told a story too dark for any public record. She had detailed her suspicions, her growing certainty that PM Stewart had orchestrated the disappearances to protect his empire and his illicit activities. She described how he used his power to silence opposition, how he coerced and manipulated, and how he ensured the town's collective memory conveniently forgot certain inconvenient truths. She wrote about her fears, her initial hesitation to expose Arthur Pendleton, whom she saw as a small-time crook, not a cold-blooded killer. But then in the final entries her tone shifted. She realized she was being poisoned and that the person responsible was not Arthur. The actual killer was protecting the larger secret, the decades-old pattern of disappearances and cover-ups tied to the Stewart family. Her final entries confirmed our suspicions. "The poison is taking its toll. My mind is clear, but my body is failing. I see the endgame now. He wants me gone because I'm too close to exposing the truth about Willow Creek, not just the dumping, but the burials, those poor souls. They weren't just disappeared, they were silenced forever. And PM Stewart ensured their bodies were never found, buried deep beneath his ill-gotten gains." Immune defined. My blood ran cold. Burials, not just disappearances, but murders and their victims buried, hidden perhaps for decades. The tranquil Willow Creek Preserve, a place where families picnicked and children played, now twisted into a mass grave. This wasn't merely a small-town secret, it was a decades-long horror show, a systematic elimination of anyone who threatened Patrick Michael Stewart's ascent. Robert's face was ashen. He read the entry over my shoulder, his breath catching in his throat. Buried in Willow Creek, the preserve, his voice was barely a whisper, filled with a sickening disbelief. Aunt Martha, she found bodies. Or evidence of them, I corrected, though the distinction felt insignificant. She clearly believed it, and she was murdered because she got too close to exposing it. This isn't about Arthur Pendleton's petty embezzlement anymore, Robert. This is about PM Stewart, his son Richard, and a legacy built on murder and buried secrets. The quiet of Martha's hidden office, once merely dusty, now felt heavy, suffocating. The air itself seemed to hum with the ghosts of Oakhaven's past, their silent cries finally echoing in the present. We continued to pore over the journal, frantically searching for more details. Martha's entries became increasingly urgent, her handwriting sometimes shaky, reflecting her deteriorating health. She had meticulously documented her process, her growing suspicions, and the methods she used to connect the dots. She described late-night visits to the Oakhaven Historical Society archives, clandestine interviews with elderly townsfolk whose memories were long but often vague, and painstaking cross-referencing of land deeds and building permits. One entry, dated a week before her death, focused on Willow Creek. She had drawn a crude map of the preserve, marking several specific locations with question marks. Beside one she wrote, "Odd soil disturbance, not natural, too close to the old logging road, now overgrown." A worker from the 60s, Silas Green, spoke of late-night excavations and truckloads of earth being moved shortly after Eleanor Vance vanished. Dismissed as gossip then, but now it makes horrifying sense. The foundation of the old Stewart mill was poured around that time, a convenient cover. Another location was marked near an old, crumbling stone wall, close to a small, secluded pond. Local legend of the pond where wishes die. Fishermen reported strange currents, cold spots, even in summer. Old man Hemmings, God rest his soul, swore he saw PM Stewart himself overseeing work crew there late at night, a year or so after Thomas Albright disappeared. Said Stewart looked like the devil himself, watching the earth being torn open. He was dismissed as a drunk, but his description of Stewart's cold fury, it resonates. Martha wasn't just theorizing. She was meticulously gathering anecdotal evidence, tying together seemingly unrelated local lore and whispered rumors, and giving them chilling new context. She described how PM Stewart, through his vast network of influence, had effectively quarantined the parts of Willow Creek he used, ensuring no casual hikers or curious children would stumble upon his dark work. He bought up surrounding land, declared certain areas off-limits for environmental protection, or simply allowed them to become so overgrown and remote that no one ventured there. This is why she couldn't name him directly, I said, looking up from the journal, the implication hitting me with full force. The Stewart family isn't just powerful, they're entrenched. They've likely been doing this for decades, silencing anyone who got in their way. Exposing this directly would have been a direct assault on the very foundation of Oakhaven's establishment. It would have unleashed chaos. Robert nodded grimly. And if they buried bodies there in a public preserve, it implies a level of depravity and confidence that is terrifying. They truly believed they were untouchable. We found another series of notes that suggested Martha was considering bringing her findings to an outside authority, perhaps a state agency, but she hesitated. Her journal entry explained, "I fear for Oakhaven. If this truth comes out through official channels, through an investigation that exposes the full scale of Stewart's depravity, it will rip this town apart. Generations of trust will be shattered, businesses will fail. The very soul of Oakhaven will be lost. I must find a way to reveal the truth, but also preserve the town I love. A subtle, precise surgical strike, not a blunt instrument." This explained the elaborate two-letter scheme. She wanted Arthur's financial crimes exposed, knowing it would stir the pot, but she didn't want the town to collapse under the weight of a multi-generational murder conspiracy all at once. Her plan, as we now understood it, was to use Arthur's guilt and eventual trial as a public forum to slowly unravel the larger truth, perhaps by having us, her chosen confidants, present her full findings at the appropriate moment. Arthur's sudden death, however, had turned her surgical strike into a desperate, cryptic warning. "So what now?" Robert asked, his voice thick with emotion. "We have all this, but it's still mostly circumstantial. Martha's suspicions, her notes, her linking of disappearances to PM Stewart. We have no proof of bodies, no forensic evidence." "We go back to Detective Ramirez," I said, pushing away the sickening images forming in my mind. "This is too big for us. She needs to see this. The journal entries about Willow Creek, the potential grave sites, that changes everything. It moves this from historical discrepancies to a potential mass crime scene." Robert grimaced. "She's going to think we're crazy. Graves in the town preserve. It sounds like something out of a horror movie." "It is a horror movie, Robert," I replied, my voice grim. "But Martha wasn't one for fiction. She was meticulous. She left us a map, essentially. We have to trust her." We gathered all the relevant documents from Martha's private office, meticulously copying the journal entries and the crude map of Willow Creek. We left the physical journal and the rest of the documents in place, knowing Sarah would keep the office locked. We couldn't risk anything being disturbed. The drive back to my office was silent, heavy with the weight of our discovery. The familiar landscape of Oakhaven now felt imbued with a new, unsettling quality. Every manicured lawn, every charming storefront, every laughing child in the park felt like a deliberate veneer, a carefully constructed illusion over a dark, festering secret. Detective Ramirez's response was exactly as Robert had predicted. Extreme skepticism, followed by a grudging acceptance that they couldn't ignore the possibility. When we presented Martha's journal entries and the map detailing her suspicions of burials in Willow Creek, her face remained impassive, but I saw a subtle tightening around her eyes, a flicker of professional alarm. "Mr. Miller, Mr. Thorne," she began, her voice low, "this is an extraordinarily grave accusation. Suggesting a prominent family has systematically murdered and buried people in a public park for decades. It could incite a panic that would make the initial Arthur Pendleton scandal look like a tea party." "We understand the implications, Detective," I said, trying to remain calm, though my hands were trembling slightly. "But Martha Thorne was murdered. She was poisoned because she was close to exposing this. And she left us specific locations based on her own research and local lore. She wasn't prone to flights of fancy." Robert pushed the copied map across her desk. "These aren't just random spots, Detective. Aunt Martha cross-referenced these with suspicious land deals by PM Stewart, with the dates of the disappearances, and with old rumors about late-night activity. She was a librarian, a historian. She knew how to connect disparate pieces of information." Ramirez picked up the map, her thumb tracing the question marks. She was silent for a long moment, then she looked up, her gaze piercing. This still falls under highly circumstantial. We cannot simply start digging up a town park based on a deceased woman's posthumous journal entries, however meticulously researched. The public outcry would be immense. We need more. More than a map from the victim who was killed for this very information, Robert challenged, a hint of desperation in his voice. Yes, she said, her voice firm. Forensic evidence, witness testimony, anything that points to physical proof. If Martha was so certain, why didn't she leave something more tangible, a sample, a picture? She was being poisoned, detective, I reminded her. She was running out of time, and she was trying to avoid a catastrophic revelation. This was her way of guiding us subtly to the truth. Ramirez sighed, a sound of deep weariness. All right, I will have a highly discreet, low-impact reconnaissance done on these locations. Ground-penetrating radar, perhaps, but it will be done under the guise of an environmental survey or a routine infrastructure check. No one, absolutely no one, is to know the real reason. And if we find nothing, this line of inquiry ends. Understood? Understood, I said, a wave of relief washing over me. It wasn't a full-blown investigation, but it was a start. It was an acknowledgement of the terrifying possibility. And about Richard Stewart, Robert ventured. If his father was responsible, then Richard would have been aware, perhaps even complicit, in protecting his father's secrets or carrying on his legacy of corruption. Ramirez nodded slowly. We're looking into his financial dealings and his company's land acquisitions, discreetly, of course. He's a pillar of the community, as you well know. Any direct accusation without overwhelming evidence would be professional suicide. She gave us a stern look. I cannot stress this enough, absolute secrecy. If word of this gets out, Oakhaven will explode. And if the Stewart family learns we are investigating them for such heinous crimes, they will use every ounce of their influence to shut us down and potentially cover their tracks even further. We promised our silence, understanding the gravity of the situation. As we left the town hall, the air felt charged, as if Oakhaven itself held its breath. The quiet town was now a ticking time bomb, and Martha Thorne had handed us the fuse. The next few weeks were agonizing. We continued our quiet research, compiling more of Martha's notes, cross-referencing public records, and trying to find any living individuals who might remember the disappeared or the unusual activities around Willow Creek. We spent hours in Martha's library office, piecing together the intricate tapestry of her investigation. Robert, with his family connections, managed to discreetly reach out to a few older Oakhaven residents, framing his questions as an interest in local history. He found a few who vaguely remembered Old Man Hemmings muttering about P.M. Stewart and late-night work crews, or heard gossip about Eleanor Vance's sudden departure, feeling not quite right. But memories were faded, details were scant, and no one dared to openly speak ill of the revered Stewart family. The fear, or perhaps the ingrained deference, was still palpable. Meanwhile, I kept a close eye on the Oakhaven Gazette, searching for any subtle signs of Ramirez's environmental survey. A week later, a small notice appeared in the public records section. Town Council approves routine environmental impact assessment and soil composition study for Willow Creek Preserve, scheduled to begin next Monday. Public access to certain areas may be temporarily restricted. It was exactly as Ramirez had described, a cover story designed to be innocuous. I felt a surge of adrenaline mixed with a chilling anticipation. The police were actually looking. Martha's ghost was truly guiding them. I knew I couldn't be directly involved in the official search, but my journalistic instincts and my commitment to Martha's memory wouldn't allow me to sit idly by. I decided to make my own discreet observations. Under the guise of a nature walk for a future Gazette article on local flora and fauna, I began to visit Willow Creek Preserve. The preserve was beautiful even in the encroaching autumn. Golden leaves rustled underfoot, the creek gurgled peacefully, and squirrels darted through the trees. It was hard to reconcile this peaceful scene with Martha's horrifying claims. Yet as I walked, I began to see the details she had noted. The overgrown logging road, indeed far more secluded than the main trails. The crumbling stone wall near the secluded pond, its moss-covered stones whispering forgotten stories. I avoided the marked, restricted areas where the survey crews were working, but I observed from a distance. Vans with official-looking logos were parked, technicians in vests were moving with equipment. It looked entirely legitimate, but I knew what they were really looking for. One afternoon, about 2 weeks after the survey began, my phone rang. It was Detective Ramirez. Her voice was terse, devoid of her usual careful neutrality. "Mr. Miller, I need you and Mr. Thorne to come to the station. Now." My heart hammered against my ribs. "Did you find something, Detective?" There was a pause, heavy with unspoken implications. "Just come and come alone. Do not speak to anyone about this. No one." The urgency in her voice was undeniable. I immediately called Robert, using a coded phrase we had agreed upon for emergencies. The old library book has a new chapter, he understood. Within 20 minutes, we were both hurrying towards the town hall, a sickening dread twisting in my stomach. Ramirez met us in the same small meeting room, but her demeanor was different. Gone was the professional detachment. Her face was grim, her eyes haunted. On the desk before her lay not files, but a series of blurry, unsettling photographs. "We found something," she said, her voice low, barely audible. "Or more accurately, we found multiple somethings." She pushed the photographs towards us. The first few were thermal images, showing distinct anomalies beneath the surface of the Earth at the locations Martha had marked on her map. Then came the ground-penetrating radar scans, clearly indicating disturbed soil and unusual shapes at varying depths. Finally, there were images from a discrete excavation. Shallow pits barely visible where the topsoil had been carefully removed, and beneath that, faint, indistinct shapes. "Human remains," Ramirez confirmed, her voice flat. "At least 3 distinct sets in various states of decomposition. Preliminary assessment suggests they've been there for decades. We've sealed off the areas, brought in a full forensic team, but it's going to be a long, painstaking process. And this is just what we've found at Martha's marked locations. There could be more." Robert gasped, a strangled sound of horror. I stared at the photographs, my mind struggling to process the enormity of it. The idyllic Willow Creek Preserve, graves, decades-old secrets finally unearthed. Martha had been right, all of it. "Eleanor Vance," I whispered, staring at one of the shapes, imagining the young art student silenced forever. "Thomas Albright, Sarah Jenkins." Ramirez nodded slowly. "Forensics will attempt to identify the remains. It's going to be incredibly difficult given the time elapsed and the conditions, but we have to try. This is now a full-blown murder investigation spanning decades." "And Richard Stewart?" Robert asked, his voice shaking. "We've discreetly executed a search warrant on Stewart Holdings' old financial records and land acquisition documents," Ramirez replied. "And we've frozen some of his personal assets. There's a pattern of aggressive land acquisition, shell companies, and the occasional untraceable payout. Nothing concrete yet, but enough to warrant further investigation, and enough to alert him." "He knows," I realized, a cold dread washing over me. "He knows you're investigating if he finds out what you found in Willow Creek." "He won't," Ramirez cut me off, her voice firm. "This is being handled with absolute discretion. The entire preserve has been designated a hazardous waste site due to a subsurface chemical leak. We've evacuated a perimeter, set up a full security detail, and are maintaining a strict media blackout. Any journalist who tries to get close will be met with immediate expulsion and a hefty fine." She looked at me pointedly. "Understood, Detective," I assured her. This was not a story I would rush to print. The safety of the investigation and the truth was paramount. "But the cover story won't hold forever," Robert interjected. "Once the forensics team starts really digging, people will notice. And if they identify those bodies, the truth will come out." "It will," Ramirez agreed, her gaze hardening. "And when it does, Oakhaven will have to face its demons. But we need to build an airtight case first. We need to tie Richard Stewart or anyone else involved directly to these crimes. We need to prove premeditation, conspiracy, and murder." "What about Martha's murder?" I asked. "Does this tie into it directly?" "Absolutely," Ramirez confirmed. "If Martha was uncovering these burials, if she was close to exposing this multi-generational criminal enterprise, then her murder takes on a whole new dimension. It's not just about stopping a nosy librarian. It's about silencing someone who is about to bring down a dynasty built on blood." She leaned forward, her eyes locked onto ours. "This is bigger than anything Oakhaven has ever seen. This could implicate multiple people, perhaps even some still living who helped PM Stewart cover his tracks. We need to be prepared for the fallout, and we need your help not as journalists, but as trusted confidants of Martha Thorne. You have her notes, her understanding of the patterns. You know the whispers she heard, the connections she made. You are now part of this investigation." It was a stark realization. We were no longer just observers, piecing together a puzzle. We were active participants, working alongside law enforcement, albeit in the shadows. The quiet life I had once led as Oakhaven's local journalist was gone, replaced by a dangerous dance with a deeply entrenched evil. "We'll do whatever we can, Detective," I said, my voice steady, resolved. Robert nodded, his face still pale but with a newfound determination in his eyes. Martha's dying wish was finally being honored. The truth was beginning to emerge from the earth. The next few weeks were a blur of intense, secretive activity. Ramirez set up a special task force, bringing in state investigators and forensic anthropologists, all operating under the strict cover of the environmental cleanup at Willow Creek Preserve. The town buzzed with rumors about the toxic leak at the preserve, but the official story held. Robert and I, while officially excluded from the crime scene, continued our work in Martha's study. We meticulously organized all her notes, cross-referencing names, dates, and locations. We were looking for any more clues, any further connections, any subtle hints that Martha might have left to solidify the case. One evening, deep in Martha's basement office, Robert stumbled upon a hidden compartment beneath a loose floorboard. It was a small, dusty box, almost entirely forgotten. Inside, nestled among old photographs and pressed flowers, was a small, crudely bound notebook, its cover faded and worn. It was Martha's elegant handwriting. It was a much older, less refined hand. "What's this?" Robert wondered, carefully opening it. The pages were yellowed with age, the ink smudged in places. I leaned closer, my eyes scanning the opening lines. October 1968. I don't know what to do. Alina is gone. They say she left, but I know better. She wouldn't just leave her paints, her canvases, not without a word to me. And PM Stewart, he looked at me with those cold eyes when I asked about her, like he knew something. My breath hitched. "This is Martha's writing," I whispered. "It's older and it's about Alina Vance." We realized it was a diary, a secret journal kept by someone else, an accomplice or a silent witness from the past. We eagerly turned the pages, our hearts pounding. The entries continued, filled with fear and growing suspicion. November 1968. They're building over it, so fast. The Willow Creek Estates. PM Stewart, he's a devil. He smiles, but his eyes are dead. I saw the trucks at night moving the earth. Near the old logging road, I saw something, a tarp, something big and heavy. I didn't want to see it, but I did. My heart is sick. I think Alina is under there. December 1968. He threatened me. PM Stewart came to my house. He said loose lips sink ships. He knew I knew. He said if I ever spoke a word, my family would pay. My little girl, she's all I have. I have to stay silent, but I will write it down, everything, for Alina, for someday. The diary belonged to Silas Green, the construction worker Martha had mentioned in her notes, the one who had spoken of late-night excavations. He wasn't just a gossiping worker, he was a terrified witness, forced into silence. His entries continued through the 1970s and 80s, each one a chilling testament to the Stewart family's reign of terror. He wrote about Thomas Albright's disappearance in 1975, detailing how Albright had been vocal about the lumber mill's illegal dumping, and how Silas himself had been ordered by PM Stewart to clean up certain areas near the mill's waste outflow after Albright vanished. He suspected more than just waste was being buried. He also mentioned Sarah Jenkins' disappearance in 1982, recalling how she had been asking too many questions about town council votes related to Stewart's land deals, and how PM Stewart's son, Richard, had begun to take a more active and equally intimidating role in overseeing these cleanups. "Richard is just like his father," Silas wrote in a trembling hand, dated 1983. "Cold eyes, no soul, he enjoys it, he likes being in control. He watches the men work, even in the dead of night. He learns from his father. This town is trapped by the Stewarts." This was it, the direct, eyewitness testimony Detective Ramirez needed. A first-hand account from someone who saw, suspected, and was directly threatened. It directly implicated both PM Stewart and, crucially, his son, Richard, and it tied specific disappearances to specific burial activities. We immediately called Ramirez. Her response was swift. Within an hour, a police cruiser was at my door. She personally came to retrieve Silas Green's diary, her face a mixture of grim satisfaction and profound shock as she read the entries. "This is irrefutable," she stated, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. "This gives us direct evidence. It implicates Richard Stewart directly, and it corroborates Martha Thorne's entire theory." The discovery of Silas Green's diary was a turning point. With this new evidence, Ramirez secured more extensive search warrants, targeting specific properties owned by Stewart Holdings, including Richard Stewart's own lavish estate. The environmental cleanup at Willow Creek Preserve escalated, though still under a tightly controlled media blackout. More forensic teams, more excavators, more security. The sheer scale of the operation became impossible to ignore, but the official story of a complex chemical remediation held for now. Meanwhile, the forensic anthropologists at Willow Creek were making progress. Through dental records and old medical files, Martha, in her meticulousness, had often made notes about doctors' visits or family histories in her general town archives, which now provided crucial leads. They managed to make tentative identifications. The first confirmed identification was Alina Vance. Her family, long ago having moved away, was contacted. The news was devastating. Then Thomas Albright, his widow who had long since remarried and left Oakhaven, was found. Her shock and grief were profound, mingled with a terrible vindication. She had always known her Thomas wouldn't just run off. The identifications, though painful, fueled the investigation. Each name confirmed Martha's diligent research, solidifying the horrifying reality of the Stewart family's crimes. The pressure was mounting. The secrecy surrounding Willow Creek Preserve was becoming harder to maintain. Local journalists sniffing around the edges were asking questions. Whispers of unusual police activity of a heightened security presence were starting to circulate through Oak Haven. I saw some of my journalistic colleagues at the edge of the police cordon trying to get answers, their frustration growing. I had to remain impassive, outwardly ignorant, even as my insides churned with the monumental story I knew was unfolding. Richard Stewart, a man accustomed to unwavering respect and deference, began to feel the heat. His businesses were being scrutinized, his bank accounts frozen. He dismissed it all as a misguided bureaucratic overreach, a witch hunt by a power-hungry detective. He called powerful friends, contacted lawyers, and tried to exert his considerable influence. But Ramirez, armed with Silas Green's diary and the growing forensic evidence, stood firm. One morning, almost 2 months after Martha's death, Ramirez called us into her office again. She looked exhausted, but there was a fierce determination in her eyes. "We have enough," she stated, her voice unwavering. "Enough for multiple murder charges. We've identified 5 sets of remains. Eleanor Vance, Thomas Albright, Sarah Jenkins, and 2 others whose identities were still confirming, but Martha's notes led us to believe they were also vocal opponents of P.M. Stewart's projects. Silas Green's diary directly links Richard Stewart to the disposal of one of those victims, and implicates him in the wider conspiracy of covering up his father's crimes and continuing the pattern of intimidation." Robert let out a shaky breath, a mix of relief and profound sorrow. "So you're arresting him?" Ramirez nodded. "Richard Stewart is being taken into custody as we speak, for the murder of Martha Thorne and for conspiracy to commit murder and accessory to murder in the deaths of the individuals found in Willow Creek Preserve. His family's legacy, built on lies and blood, is about to crumble." The words hung in the air, heavy and momentous. The empire of the Stewarts, the supposed pillars of Oak Haven, was finally falling. "What about the public?" I asked, thinking of the chaos this would unleash. "The media blackout is over," Ramirez replied, meeting my gaze. "This story is too big, too heinous to contain. The press conference will be held this afternoon. I want you both there. You were instrumental in bringing this to light. You deserve to be present for the full revelation." It was an acknowledgement of our role, a recognition of Martha's incredible legacy. But it also meant the quiet, peaceful facade of Oak Haven was about to be ripped away for good. The truth, as Martha had feared, would be catastrophic. As we walked out of the town hall, the crisp autumn air felt different. It no longer carried the scent of burning leaves, but a faint, metallic tang like old blood. The quiet hum of the town was still there, but beneath it, I could almost hear the reverberations of an impending earthquake. The story was no longer just Martha's, it was Oak Haven's. A small town known for its charm, its quietude, was about to become the center of a national scandal, a chilling testament to how deep secrets could be buried and how long injustice could fester beneath a veneer of respectability. I thought of Martha, her precise mind, her unwavering dedication to truth. She had known the cost, she had paid the ultimate price, but she had also, from beyond the grave, ensured that the truth would eventually surface, no matter how painful. The justice she sought, not just for herself, but for all the forgotten souls in Willow Creek, was finally within reach. But Oak Haven would never be the same. The innocence was gone, replaced by a lingering shadow. And the real darkness, the one that Martha had warned us about, was about to be fully exposed to the harsh light of day. The healing, if it could ever come, would be a long and arduous journey for Oak Haven. But first, the town had to face the unthinkable. The press conference was a maelstrom. Every local news outlet was there, along with reporters from regional and even national networks, drawn by the escalating whispers of unprecedented police activity in Oak Haven. The town hall auditorium, usually reserved for quaint community meetings, was packed. The air crackled with anticipation, a suffocating tension that pressed down on everyone present. Robert and I sat in the front row, a silent pact of solidarity between us, the weight of Martha's legacy heavy on our shoulders. Flashbulbs popped incessantly, illuminating Detective Ramirez as she stepped up to the podium. Her face, usually so composed, was etched with fatigue, but her eyes held a resolute fire. She wore her uniform, crisp and professional, a shield against the coming storm. "Good afternoon," Ramirez began, her voice cutting through the murmuring crowd, amplified by the microphones. "I'm Detective Sergeant Evelyn Ramirez, head of the Oak Haven Police Department. I've called this press conference today to address the ongoing investigation into the murder of Martha Thorne and a much larger, deeply disturbing pattern of crimes that has come to light." A ripple went through the crowd. The reporters leaned forward, pens poised, cameras whirring. Ramirez took a deep breath. Earlier this afternoon, Richard Stewart, a prominent Oak Haven citizen, was taken into custody. He has been charged with the murder of Martha Thorne and with multiple counts of conspiracy to commit murder and accessory to murder. Gasps erupted, followed by a cacophony of shouts and questions. Richard Stewart, the Richard Stewart, why, what happened? What about Arthur Pendleton? Ramirez raised a hand, her gaze sweeping over the agitated faces. Please allow me to continue. I know this is shocking and the implications are profound. This investigation began with Martha Thorne's murder, a crime initially attributed to Arthur Pendleton, who subsequently died by suicide in police custody. However, Martha Thorne, a woman of extraordinary intellect and integrity, left us a series of meticulously crafted clues. Clues that led us down a path far darker than we could have ever imagined. She paused, allowing the gravity of her words to sink in. Robert gripped my arm, his knuckles white. I felt a chill despite the warmth of the room. This was it, the moment of truth. Our investigation, guided by Ms. Thorne's posthumous findings, uncovered a decades-long conspiracy of murder and concealment, centered around Patrick Michael Stewart, Richard Stewart's late father, and continued by Richard Stewart himself, Ramirez declared. For nearly 60 years, a powerful family in Oak Haven has systematically eliminated individuals who threaten their business interests or discovered their illicit activities. These individuals were not merely disappeared, as the town was led to believe. They were murdered and their bodies buried. The room exploded, reporters shouted questions, a chaotic chorus of disbelief and outrage. Bodies where? How many? Are you saying Oak Haven has a serial killer? Ramirez waited for a beat, then continued, her voice gaining strength, cutting through the noise like a honed blade. Thanks to Ms. Thorne's incredible investigative work and a crucial piece of evidence, a diary kept by an eyewitness, Silas Green, we located a clandestine burial site within the Willow Creek Preserve. To date, forensic anthropologists have positively identified 5 sets of human remains. Eleanor Vance, who disappeared in 1968, Thomas Albright, who vanished in 1975, Sarah Jenkins, missing since 1982, and 2 other victims whose names will be released pending family notification. The sheer magnitude of the revelation hung in the air, thick and suffocating. 5 bodies in Willow Creek for decades. The quiet, idyllic Oak Haven was suddenly a place of unspeakable horror. I could see the faces of the reporters, a mixture of shock, fury, and the sudden, ravenous hunger for the story of a lifetime. The motive appears to be the protection of vast financial interests, Ramirez explained. PM Stewart built his empire on aggressive land acquisition and development. Anyone who stood in his way or threatened to expose his illicit dealings, including illegal dumping from his lumber mill into Willow Creek, was silenced. His son, Richard Stewart, not only aided in these cover-ups but continued the pattern of intimidation and ultimately murder, culminating in the poisoning of Martha Thorne when she got too close to exposing the full scope of their crimes. She laid out the evidence concisely. Martha's meticulous notes, the correlation between disappearances and Stewart projects, Silas Green's diary detailing threats and witnessed burials, and finally the gruesome discoveries in Willow Creek. She spoke of Martha's deliberate, cryptic clues, her fear of a catastrophic outcome if the truth was revealed too quickly, her desperate attempt to guide the truth to light even as she lay dying. This is not merely a crime against individuals, Ramirez concluded, her voice ringing with emotion. This is a crime against the very fabric of Oak Haven. The Stewart family, once revered as pillars of this community, used that respectability as a shield for decades of unspeakable acts. Oak Haven now faces a painful reckoning, but we will ensure justice is served, not just for Martha Thorne, but for Eleanor, Thomas, Sarah, and all the forgotten souls in Willow Creek. The room erupted once more, a frenzy of questions, flashbulbs, and the raw emotion of a town's darkest secret finally laid bare. I felt a profound sense of exhaustion, but also a strange, quiet triumph. Martha's work was done, her truth was out. As we tried to navigate the throng of reporters afterwards, a familiar voice cut through the noise. John, Robert, over here. It was Mike, my colleague from the Oak Haven Gazette, his face pale but alight with journalistic fervor. He pushed his way towards us. What the hell just happened? Is it true, all of it? I met his gaze, my own face undoubtedly reflecting the shock of the past weeks. Every word, Mike, I confirmed, my voice hoarse. And it's far worse than you can imagine. Robert, usually reserved, spoke with a newfound conviction. My Aunt Martha knew. She tried to tell us, tried to tell the town, and they killed her for it. Mike stared at us, then at the retreating figure of Detective Ramirez. This is going to tear Oak Haven apart. He finally managed to articulate the thought that was undoubtedly on everyone's mind. And he was right. The aftermath of the press conference was exactly as Martha had feared, catastrophic. Oakhaven, a town that prided itself on its tranquility and close-knit community, was instantly plunged into chaos. The news spread like wildfire, carried by every national news network, splashed across every front page. Oakhaven became the town of buried secrets, the charming village with a serial killer family. The initial reaction was a potent cocktail of disbelief, horror, and incandescent rage. Residents walked around in a daze, their faces reflecting a profound sense of betrayal. How could this have happened? How could the Stewarts, the very embodiment of Oakhaven's success and respectability, have been capable of such monstrosity? Protests erupted outside the Stewart family mansion, a grand old house that now seemed to loom over the town like a dark monument to its hidden crimes. Angry crowds, holding signs demanding justice, gathered daily. The local police, already stretched thin, had to call in state troopers to maintain order. The Oakhaven Town Council, once a symbol of stability, was in disarray. Several members who had served alongside Richard Stewart or his father faced accusations of complicity or, at the very least, willful ignorance. The town manager resigned almost immediately, citing personal reasons, but everyone knew why. The very institutions of Oakhaven, which the Stewarts had so expertly manipulated for decades, were crumbling under the weight of their exposed corruption. Businesses connected to Stewart Holdings, which was most of them in some way, faced boycotts and protests. The Willow Creek Estates, once a symbol of modern Oakhaven, was now a ghost town, its perfectly manicured lawns and spacious homes tainted by the knowledge that they were built on blood-soaked earth. Property values plummeted. Tourism, once a steady stream for Oakhaven, evaporated overnight. No one wanted to visit a town synonymous with murder and buried bodies. Robert and I, as the insiders who had helped uncover the truth, found ourselves in an uncomfortable spotlight. Reporters hounded us, desperate for every detail, every nuance of Martha's investigation. I gave carefully worded interviews, always ensuring to credit Martha, to emphasize her courage and her meticulousness. I tried to convey the quiet dignity of her sacrifice, even as the media circus threatened to sensationalize everything. Robert, while more private, spoke passionately about his aunt, her unwavering commitment to justice, and her love for Oakhaven, a love that compelled her to expose its darkest truths. The Oakhaven Gazette, under my direction, became the town's primary source of information, striving for a balance between reporting the grim realities and attempting to provide a space for the community to process its grief and anger. We ran daily updates on the investigation, profiles of the identified victims, and interviews with longtime residents struggling to reconcile the Oakhaven they knew with the one now exposed. The hardest part was seeing the faces of the families of the victims. Eleanor Vance's elderly sister, her eyes filled with tears, spoke of finally knowing what happened to her vibrant, idealistic younger sibling. Thomas Albright's widow, who had been convinced he simply abandoned her, now wrestled with the agonizing truth that he had been murdered and buried just miles from their home. Their grief was raw, decades old, and freshly reopened. In the midst of the town's turmoil, the legal proceedings against Richard Stewart began. He pleaded not guilty, maintaining his innocence, portraying himself as a victim of a vengeful police department and a sensationalist media. His high-powered lawyers launched a relentless attack on the evidence, attempting to discredit Silas Green's diary as unreliable hearsay and to question the methods used in the Willow Creek excavation. They argued that Martha Thorne, in her dying throes, was delusional, fabricating an elaborate fantasy to frame a respected citizen. But Detective Ramirez and the prosecution team were formidable. They had Martha's meticulous notes, cross-referenced and corroborated by independent historical archives. They had the chilling first-hand account of Silas Green, which, though decades old, was remarkably consistent and now backed by undeniable physical evidence. And most damningly, they had the bodies themselves, unearthed from the pristine grounds of Willow Creek, each one a silent, irrefutable witness. The trial was a national event, televised and dissected by legal experts and true crime enthusiasts across the country. Every detail, no matter how small, was scrutinized. The prosecution methodically laid out their case, painting a grim picture of unchecked power, greed, and the deliberate erasure of human lives. I was called to testify, detailing my discovery of Martha's letter and my subsequent investigation with Robert, recounting how her carefully planned clues led us to the truth. Robert testified, sharing personal anecdotes about his aunt, her passion for Oakhaven's history, and his disbelief that she could ever concoct such a baseless accusation. His raw emotion resonated with the jury. Detective Ramirez was the star witness for the prosecution, her calm, professional testimony detailing the painstaking investigation, the covert use of ground-penetrating radar, the careful excavation, and the identification of the victims. She held up photographs of the recovered remains, the silent proof of Martha's claims, and the Stewart family's depravity. Richard Stewart, once the epitome of Oakhaven's elite, sat stone-faced throughout the proceedings, his usually confident demeanor eroded by the relentless accusations and the sheer weight of the evidence. His lawyers tried to portray him as a dutiful son, simply managing his father's complex affairs, unaware of any sinister undertones. But Silas Green's diary, with its chilling accounts of Richard's active participation in the cleanups, and his cold, calculating nature painted a different picture. The turning point came with the testimony of an elderly former employee of Stewart Holdings, a man named Arthur Hayes, who had worked for both PM Stewart and Richard. After years of fear and silence, inspired by Martha's courage and the sheer weight of the ongoing revelations, he finally came forward. He spoke of being coerced by PM Stewart into performing unusual late-night tasks, of seeing unmarked vehicles enter the preserve, and of feeling a chilling sense of dread he could never articulate until now. He corroborated parts of Silas Green's account, adding another layer of first-hand witness testimony to the prosecution's case. The jury deliberated for 3 agonizing days. The whole town, indeed the whole country, held its breath. Finally, the verdict came down. Guilty. The word echoed through the courtroom, a collective gasp followed by a wave of tears and quiet sobs from the victims' families. Richard Stewart's face, for the first time, crumpled. The mask of indifference finally shattered. Justice, decades in the making, had finally arrived. In the days and weeks that followed, Oakhaven began the slow, agonizing process of healing. The Stewart family empire, already reeling, collapsed entirely. Their remaining assets were seized, earmarked for restitution to the victims' families and for the extensive cleanup and memorialization of Willow Creek Preserve. The Stewart mansion, once a symbol of untouchable power, was sold off, destined for demolition, a symbol of the old Oakhaven finally being purged. Willow Creek Preserve, once a place of quiet beauty and unspeakable horror, was now a sacred site. A memorial was erected bearing the names of Eleanor Vance, Thomas Albright, Sarah Jenkins, and the other identified victims. It was a place for reflection, remembrance, and a stark reminder of the dark chapter Oakhaven had endured. The environmental cleanup continued, evolving into a painstaking archaeological excavation, searching for any other possible victims, hoping to bring closure to any other families Martha's notes might have missed. The town council was reformed, new leadership stepping up, committed to transparency and accountability. Efforts were made to rebuild trust, to foster a community that would never again turn a blind eye to whispers of injustice. It was a monumental task, but the shared trauma paradoxically also forged a new kind of unity. Oakhaven, stripped bare of its illusions, was forced to look at itself, to confront its complicity in allowing such evil to fester. Robert, after the trial, found a new purpose. He committed himself to honoring his aunt's memory, not just through public advocacy, but by continuing her work. He took on the role of Oakhaven's unofficial archivist, meticulously organizing Martha's vast collection of notes and historical documents, ensuring that the town's true history would never again be forgotten or rewritten. He dedicated himself to working with the new town council to establish initiatives that would foster openness and prevent such abuses of power from ever happening again. He even began teaching a local history class at the community college, making sure Oakhaven's children learned the difficult lessons of their past, alongside its beauties. He kept Martha's library office exactly as she left it, a sacred space for quiet contemplation and continued research, open to anyone seeking truth. I too found my purpose deepened. The Oakhaven Gazette became a beacon of investigative journalism, committed to shining a light on local issues, no matter how uncomfortable. My initial intent to leave Oakhaven was replaced by a profound sense of responsibility. This was my town now, its scars a testament to a story I had helped uncover, a story that still needed to be told, analyzed, and learned from. I wrote extensively about the trial, the impact on the community, and the long road to recovery, always careful to frame it within the broader narrative of unchecked power and the quiet courage of those who dared to challenge it. I wrote about Martha not just as a victim, but as the unsung hero, the quiet librarian who, with her meticulous mind and unwavering moral compass, had brought down an empire. Detective Ramirez, hailed as a hero, remained in Oakhaven, committed to overseeing the ongoing investigations and ensuring that any remaining loose ends of the Stewart conspiracy were tied up. She became a symbol of justice, a reminder that even the most deeply entrenched power structures could be dismantled by truth and persistence. She and I continued our working relationship, a mutual respect forged in the crucible of shared adversity. We often met for coffee, talking not just about the ongoing cases, but about the nature of good and evil, and the enduring resilience of small towns. Life in Oakhaven slowly but surely began to find a new rhythm. The initial shock gave way to a somber determination. The fear receded, replaced by a cautious hope. The laughter of children returned to the streets, no longer shadowed by an unspoken dread, but the innocence was truly gone. Oakhaven would forever carry the weight of its past, a permanent reminder that even in the most picturesque settings, darkness can fester. One crisp autumn afternoon, almost a year after Martha's death, I walked through Willow Creek Preserve. The leaves were turning, painting the landscape in hues of gold and crimson. The memorial stone stood proudly, catching the sunlight. Families picnicked nearby, children chased each other through the paths, their innocent shouts echoing through the trees. It was still beautiful, but its beauty was now tinged with a profound sadness, a reverence for the silent stories buried beneath. I stopped at the memorial, tracing Alina Vance's name with my finger. She was no longer just a name in a file. She was real. They were all real, and their voices, silenced for so long, were now finally heard. A sense of peace, fragile but profound, settled over me. Martha had achieved her goal. She had revealed the truth, shattered the illusions, and set her beloved Oakhaven on a path toward genuine healing, however long and difficult that path would be. Her ghost no longer haunted me with urgency, but with a quiet, knowing presence, a testament to the enduring power of truth. The story of Oakhaven was far from over. Its scars would remain, but so too would the unwavering spirit of those who fought to bring its darkness to light. The town had faced its unthinkable, and somehow it was still standing. But the lessons learned, etched in blood and tears, would forever redefine its future. Yet even with Richard Stewart behind bars and the main conspiracy unraveled, a subtle unease lingered. A question, unspoken but persistent, still haunted me from time to time. Had Martha truly found every secret? Had we truly unearthed every dark corner of PM Stewart's empire, or had some shadows merely retreated further into the depths, waiting for another generation, another opportunity to resurface? Oakhaven had faced its past, but the future, always uncertain, held its own whispers. The question, unspoken but persistent, still haunted me from time to time. Had Martha truly found every secret? Had we truly unearthed every dark corner of PM Stewart's empire, or had some shadows merely retreated further into the depths, waiting for another generation, another opportunity to resurface? Oakhaven had faced its past, but the future, always uncertain, held its own whispers. Richard Stewart's conviction had brought a fragile peace to Oakhaven, a sense of overdue justice. The memorial at Willow Creek Preserve had become a place of quiet pilgrimage, a testament to the lives lost and the truth finally uncovered. Robert had immersed himself in Martha's archives, meticulously cataloging every note, every cryptic entry, ensuring no detail of Oakhaven's real history would ever again be overlooked. Detective Ramirez, though still overburdened by the ongoing investigations into Stewart Holdings' sprawling corruption, carried herself with the calm resolve of someone who had faced down evil and won. For me, the Oakhaven Gazette had become a chronicle of the town's long, arduous healing. We reported on the efforts to rebuild trust, the community initiatives, the slow, painful process of reconciliation. Yet even as I typed out stories of hope and resilience, that persistent question gnawed at me. Martha's journals had hinted at an empire so vast, so deeply entrenched, that it felt simplistic to believe it could all be attributed to just PM and Richard Stewart. The sheer scale, the decades of silence, it implied a network, a complicity that surely extended beyond a father and son. One mild spring afternoon, almost 2 years after Martha's murder, an innocuous news item crossed my desk. It was a brief report from the Oakhaven Historical Society. They had recently received a substantial anonymous donation, earmarked for the restoration of the old Oakhaven Clock Tower, a beloved but dilapidated town landmark. The accompanying press release praised the generosity of the unnamed benefactor and lauded the Society's commitment to preserving local history. Ordinarily, it would have been a heartwarming, if unremarkable, local interest piece, but something about it pricked at that lingering unease. Anonymous donations weren't unheard of, but a substantial sum for such a specific, high-profile project felt off, and the clock tower, of all things, jogged a dormant memory. I called Robert. "Hey," I began, trying to sound casual, "did Martha ever mention anything about the clock tower in her notes? Beyond it just being a landmark, I mean." Robert's voice, usually laced with the academic precision he'd cultivated since becoming Oakhaven's de facto historian, took on a thoughtful edge. "The clock tower, not directly in relation to the disappearances, no. But I do recall seeing some old architectural plans she'd acquired, detailing its original construction back in the 1920s. Why do you ask?" I explained the anonymous donation. It just feels coincidental. An anonymous donor suddenly injecting a significant sum into a major restoration project, specifically something as visible as the clock tower. After everything we've learned about how power operates here, doesn't it feel a little like a distraction, or perhaps a quiet means to an end? Robert was silent for a moment. "You're right. In post-Stewart Oakhaven, nothing feels innocuous anymore, does it? Especially when it involves a lot of money and a public landmark. I'll dig into Martha's papers. She had a surprising number of historical society documents, things that didn't initially seem relevant to the Stewart case." My journalistic instincts, sharpened by the crucible of Martha's investigation, screamed at me. I tasked Mike, one of my reporters, with a general background story on the clock tower restoration, the historical significance, the planned works, the local excitement. A standard, benign piece. But I also started my own, more discreet inquiries. First, I visited the Historical Society. The director, a well-meaning but somewhat oblivious woman named Mrs. Albright, no relation to Thomas Albright, though the coincidence was jarring, was effusive about the donation. Such generosity, and from someone who wishes to remain entirely anonymous. They only stipulated that the funds be used solely for the clock tower and that the original structure be respected. A true Oakhaven patriot. When I gently pressed for any further details about the donor, even just through an intermediary, Mrs. Albright became flustered. Oh goodness no, it was all handled through a trust, you see, a very discreet arrangement. Our lawyers assured us everything was perfectly legitimate. We were just so thrilled to finally be able to save our beautiful tower. A trust, anonymous, legitimate. The words resonated with the familiar hollow ring of Stuartera subterfuge. My unease deepened. Later that week, Robert called me back, a note of excitement, tinged with apprehension in his voice. John, you were onto something. I found it. Buried deep in a box of old blueprints and civic planning documents Martha had collected, there are several references to the clock tower, but not just the tower itself. It's about the land it sits on. He explained that Martha had, years ago, been researching a minor historical dispute over property lines from the 1920s, involving the original construction of the clock tower and the adjacent municipal building. It had been a convoluted affair, involving multiple property owners and a messy eminent domain battle. Apparently, Robert continued, the original clock tower construction hit a snag. The land it was supposed to be built on was unexpectedly claimed by a family named Miller, Miller, distant relatives of yours. Actually, as it turns out, small world. They owned a tiny, almost insignificant sliver of land adjacent to the proposed site, but they refused to sell, holding out for a better price. I felt a jolt. Miller, my family. The Miller side of my family had been in Oakhaven for generations, though I knew little about their history beyond a few dusty photo albums. Yes, John, Robert confirmed, and here's where it gets interesting. Martha had a faded newspaper clipping from 1923. It reported that the Miller family suddenly relocated for new opportunities and the land dispute was quickly resolved. The clock tower was built without further delay. Relocated for new opportunities, I repeated, the phrase echoing the convenient disappearances Martha had exposed. That's disturbingly familiar. Exactly, Robert said, his voice grim. But there's more. Martha had annotated the clipping she'd written in her tiny, precise hand. P.M. Stewart's father, Elias Stewart, was on the town council at that time. Heavily invested in the clock tower project, which was seen as key to revitalizing the downtown area. Land acquisition records show the Miller parcel was transferred to a shell company within days of their relocation. The shell company was dissolved shortly after the clock tower's completion. No paper trailed to the Stewarts, but the timing is suspicious. Where did the Millers go? No forwarding address, no trace. A pattern begins. My blood ran cold. Elias Stewart, PM's father. The Stewart family's criminal enterprise stretched back even further than we'd imagined. This wasn't just about PM and Richard. It was a generational rot, a foundational corruption built into Oakhaven's very core. And now I realized it might even touch my own family's history. So another disappearance, I murmured, the implications settling like a heavy stone. Decades before Eleanor Vance, before Willow Creek, and connected to the clock tower. It would seem so, Robert confirmed. Martha never fully pursued this thread. I think it was just another data point for her, another whisper of the Stewarts' pervasive influence. But the timing of this anonymous donation, specifically targeting the clock tower, it's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? It is, I agreed, my mind racing. It's almost like someone is trying to clean up a historical anomaly, investing in the very thing that's tied to an old, unresolved disappearance, perhaps to cover old tracks or to solidify control over a site of past malfeasance. We knew we had to bring this to Detective Ramirez. This wasn't just a historical curiosity anymore. It was a potential new crime, decades older than anything we'd uncovered, and it pointed to the deep, insidious roots of the Stewart family's power. Ramirez listened intently as Robert and I laid out our findings in her office. The faded newspaper clipping, Martha's meticulous annotations, the Historical Society's vague records of the Miller family's sudden departure, the suspicious shell company, and the convenient timing of the anonymous donation. She ran a hand through her short hair, a familiar gesture of deep thought. Elias Stewart, she repeated, her voice low. The patriarch, this goes back to the very origins of their empire and a disappearance linked to a public landmark, not a secluded preserve. It shows the sheer audacity, Robert added. Right in the heart of town, and the pattern is identical: a sudden relocation, a rapid acquisition of property, and then silence. Ramirez picked up a copy of Martha's annotated clipping. And the anonymous donation now, it's almost provocative, as if someone is revisiting the site or ensuring its past remains buried beneath a shiny new facade. But who, I asked. Richard is in jail, PM is dead. Who else would have reason to hide or manipulate something related to Elia Stewart's past crimes? Ramirez's eyes narrowed. The Stewart family has always been vast. Cousins, distant relatives, business associates, they all benefited from the empire. Some of them still hold significant, if less visible, power and influence in Oak Haven. We spent so much time on PM and Richard, the direct perpetrators, but Martha always hinted at a wider network, a collective complicity. The clock tower could be more than just a site of a disappearance, I mused. Perhaps it's a symbol, a subtle yet powerful monument to Elia Stewart's ability to control and erase. And now someone is trying to reassert that control, or perhaps simply ensure that past indiscretion remains hidden. Ramirez nodded. We'll need to proceed with extreme caution. This isn't a mass grave in a remote preserve. This is right in the town square. Any excavation, any overt investigation would cause immediate panic and massive public scrutiny. We need to find out who this anonymous donor is. That's our starting point. Investigating an anonymous trust fund was like chasing a ghost. Ramirez put her best financial detectives on it, but the layers of legal protection were formidable. Shell corporations within shell corporations, offshore accounts, a deliberately opaque paper trail designed to obscure the true source. It was a masterclass in financial obfuscation, far more sophisticated than anything Richard Stewart had managed on his own. This suggested a more experienced, more subtle hand at play. While Ramirez's team wrestled with the financial labyrinth, Robert and I delved deeper into the Miller family history and Elia Stewart's early years. We spent countless hours in the county archives, poring over old land deeds, census records, and forgotten town council minutes from the 1920s. We found that the Miller family, my distant relatives, had been modest landowners but fiercely independent. Their sudden departure without a trace was indeed highly unusual for a family so rooted in the community. We found faint traces of other individuals who had also disappeared around the same period, often people who had clashed with Elia Stewart's burgeoning business interests or opposed his vision for Oak Haven's development. They weren't as prominent as Eleanor Vance or Thomas Albright, but their stories echoed the same chilling pattern. Elia Stewart, it seemed, was the architect of the family's methods, setting the precedent for generations of silent disappearances. The more we uncovered, the more we realized the Stewart conspiracy wasn't just about a few individual acts of violence. It was about a systemic oppression, a ruthless consolidation of power that began with Elia Stewart, who meticulously crafted the blueprint for how Oak Haven would function, or rather, how it would be controlled. He didn't just silence people, he erased their very existence and then built his empire over their forgotten lives. The clock tower, a public symbol of the town's progress, was literally built on one of these early erasures. One afternoon, a few weeks into our renewed investigation, I received a cryptic email. The sender was listed only as observer. The message was short. The clock tower hides more than time. Look for the foundations. The original plans are not complete. I immediately forwarded it to Ramirez and Robert. This isn't random, I said, my heart pounding. Someone knows something. Someone is watching us. Ramirez's detectives traced the IP address, but it bounced through multiple foreign servers, ultimately leading to a dead end. It's a ghost, Ramirez concluded, frustrated, but a ghost that knows a great deal, and it confirms your suspicions about the clock tower. The email's reference to foundations and incomplete plans gave us a new angle. Robert, with his access to Martha's old collection of architectural and civic documents, began to cross-reference the original clock tower blueprints with later renovation plans. It was painstaking work comparing faded lines and measurements, but Martha had always believed in the power of overlooked details. It was Robert who, after several days of intense scrutiny, found it. A discrepancy, subtle but significant. The original 1923 blueprints showed a solid, uninterrupted stone foundation for the clock tower, as expected for such a heavy structure. However, a set of renovation plans from the 1950s, commissioned by PM Stewart for a general beautification of the town square, included a small, oddly placed anomaly, a rectangular void, roughly 8 feet deep and 5 feet wide, directly beneath the tower's westernmost foundation pillar. It was labeled simply as Utility Access Shaft, decommissioned. Utility Access Shaft, I scoffed, looking at the faded diagram Robert had painstakingly scanned. That's far too large and deep for a simple utility access for a clock tower, and why decommission it rather than fill it in? Robert's face was grim. Exactly. And look at the date of these renovation plans, 1957, around the time the town experienced another cluster of relocations. Three people, all outspoken critics of PM Stewart's expanding lumber mill operations, vanished within a 2-year period. My mind flashed back to Martha's notes. She had indeed identified a cluster of disappearances in the late 1950s, but hadn't definitively linked them to a specific burial site. The clock tower had been an Elias Stewart mystery, but it seemed PM Stewart had found his own uses for its foundations. The Stewart family was nothing if not efficient, recycling old secrets for new crimes. This could be another burial site, Ramirez concluded, her voice tight with suppressed anger. Hidden in plain sight right beneath the town's most prominent landmark, a decommissioned utility shaft is the perfect cover. The challenge, however, was immense. We couldn't just start digging up the town square. Oakhaven was still reeling from the Willow Creek revelations. Another public excavation, especially in such a prominent location, would shatter the fragile sense of stability that was beginning to return. We need a discreet way in, Ramirez stated. The upcoming restoration project, that's our window. The Historical Society is already planning to bring in contractors to assess the structure. We can insert our own people undercover. She moved quickly, leveraging her contacts at the state level. Within days, a structural engineering firm with ties to law enforcement was brought in to conduct a thorough pre-restoration assessment of the clock tower, citing the need for absolute historical preservation accuracy and safety. The anonymous donor's insistence on preserving the original structure ironically played right into Ramirez's hands, allowing for a deep, intrusive inspection. I, along with Robert, watched from a distance as vans bearing the engineering firm's logo parked near the clock tower. Technicians, ostensibly surveying the structure, moved with practiced efficiency, setting up equipment that looked suspiciously like ground-penetrating radar units. They worked mostly at night under the guise of minimizing disruption to downtown traffic. The Observer email had given us an invaluable lead, and Ramirez had seized it. The tension during those nights was almost unbearable. Every shadow seemed to hold a secret, every creak of the old tower felt like a whisper from the past. I tried to focus on my Gazette duties, but my mind was constantly drawn to the clock tower, wondering what new horrors it held beneath its venerable facade. Then a call came from Ramirez. Her voice was terse, devoid of emotion, much like the first time she called about Willow Creek. "Mr. Miller, Mr. Thorne, my office, now, and bring those blueprints." The familiar dread twisted in my gut. We hurried to the town hall, the old blueprints clutched in Robert's hand. Ramirez was waiting, her face ashen grim. On her desk were new photographs. Not thermal images this time, but endoscopic camera shots, dark, grainy, yet horrifyingly clear. The pictures showed a cramped, subterranean space beneath the clock tower's western foundation. And within that space, indistinct shapes, partially obscured by rubble and decades of undisturbed dust. "Human remains," Ramirez confirmed, her voice barely above a whisper. "At least 2 sets. One appears to be from the 1920s, judging by the clothes fragments, the other later, perhaps 1950s. They were placed in what was designed as a utility access shaft, but clearly it served a different purpose." My breath caught in my throat. Elias Stewart, PM Stewart. The clock tower, a public symbol of Oakhaven, a monument to their unchecked power, a burial ground, and one of the victims almost certainly a member of my own family. The personal connection hit me with a visceral force, a chilling echo through the generations. Robert gasped, clutching the blueprints tighter. "The Millers, the critics of PM's mill." "Yes," Ramirez affirmed, her gaze hardening. "Forensics is moving in under even tighter cover. This will be an incredibly delicate operation. We cannot risk damaging the historical structure, but we will recover these victims, and we will get them identified." "And the anonymous donor?" I asked, my voice trembling with a mix of horror and burgeoning fury. "Who is behind this restoration that just happens to target a Stewart burial site?" Ramirez leaned forward, placing a printout of a complex financial diagram on the desk. It was a spiderweb of trusts and offshore accounts, but at the very center, after weeks of relentless investigation, her team had finally pierced the veil. "The donation came from a holding company registered in the Cayman Islands," she began. "But the ultimate beneficiary, the person who controlled the funds and dictated the terms of the donation, is a man named Julian Hayes." The name didn't immediately ring a bell. Robert and I exchanged confused glances. "Julian Hayes," Robert repeated. "Who is he?" Ramirez looked at us, a dark knowledge in her eyes. "Julian Hayes is the grandson of Arthur Hayes, the former Stewart Holdings employee who testified against Richard Stewart, the one who spoke of being coerced into unusual late-night tasks and seeing unmarked vehicles at Willow Creek. But Julian Hayes is also the son of Harold Hayes, PM Stewart's most trusted, most ruthless enforcer and fixer. The man who orchestrated many of the original disappearances for PM, the one who was suspected of disposing of the bodies in the 1950s and 60s, before Richard took over the physical operations. My mind reeled Harold Hayes, the name whispered in the darkest corners of Oakhaven's history, a name synonymous with quiet threats and sudden absences, but one that had never been officially linked to the Stewart crimes. He was a ghost, a legend of cold efficiency. He had died years ago, a revered figure in his own right, always seeming to emerge from the shadows only when PM Stewart needed a problem to disappear. So Harold Hayes was PM Stewart's enforcer, I said, piecing it together. And his son Julian is making this anonymous donation for the clock tower, which now turns out to be another burial site orchestrated by the Stewarts. Exactly, Ramirez confirmed. Julian Hayes inherited his father's wealth, his connections, and apparently his secrets. He runs a vast, legitimate-looking investment firm now, but his financial footprint shows disturbing similarities to the Stewart family's shell corporations and opaque dealings. He wasn't just a beneficiary of the Stewart empire. He was, and likely still is, a key player in maintaining its hidden legacy. But why the donation now? Robert asked, bewildered. Why draw attention to a site that holds his father's and the Stewarts' darkest secrets? And why would he be the observer who emailed you knowing we would find the bodies? Ramirez took a deep breath, her gaze distant, as if she were wrestling with a complex psychological puzzle. That's the most intriguing part. We've been digging into Julian Hayes since the clock tower tip came in. He's a recluse, highly intelligent, fiercely private, and his relationship with his father, Harold, was complicated. Harold Hayes was a terrifying man. But Julian, according to some of the old family associates we've discreetly spoken with, harbored a deep, simmering resentment for his father's darker work, even as he benefited from it. She tapped the financial diagram. Our theory is this: Julian Hayes is systematically and very subtly trying to dismantle his family's ties to the Stewart crimes piece by piece. He can't openly expose his father's complicity or his own inheritance would be tainted, his family name destroyed. But he also seems to be tormented by the legacy of blood. The anonymous donation for the clock tower was a brilliant, perverse way to do it. He knew we would investigate an anonymous donation tied to an old Stewart site, I finished, a horrifying realization dawning on me. He wanted us to find the bodies. He provided the observer tip to make sure we looked in the right place, ensuring the truth would come out, but in a way that couldn't directly be traced back to him. It's a posthumous confession for his father and a calculated act of atonement without sacrificing his own standing. A subtle, precise surgical strike, Robert murmured, echoing Martha's own words about how she wanted to expose the truth, just like Aunt Martha's plan. Ramirez nodded grimly. He's a ghost operating in the shadows, helping us, but only on his own terms. He understands how the game is played because he was raised in its very heart. He's taking apart the Stewart Empire from the inside out, using us as his instruments. And he's doing it in a way that ensures his own survival while still bringing justice to the victims. The discovery of Julian Hayes, this shadowy figure, was a chilling reminder that the Stewart family's web of influence extended far beyond the obvious names. It was a network of enforcers, fixers, and silent beneficiaries, all complicit, all tied to the blood-soaked foundation of Oakhaven. Julian Hayes, by leveraging his unique position, was now acting as an unlikely hidden ally, a morally ambiguous player in our quest for truth. The implications were staggering. If Julian Hayes was systematically dismantling the empire, what other secrets might he be subtly guiding us towards? What other ghosts did the Stewart legacy hold, waiting to be unearthed by his calculated, anonymous nudges? The clock tower excavation, once complete, confirmed our fears. 2 sets of remains were carefully recovered. One, through dental records and old family photos provided by a distant cousin, was identified as Elias Miller, a fiery union organizer who had opposed Elias Stewart's aggressive expansion of the lumber mill in 1923. The other, through fragments of a distinctive brooch and medical records, was identified as Clara Davison, a town council secretary who had quietly raised questions about PM Stewart's zoning variances in 1957. My distant relative finally accounted for, his voice, silenced for a century, finally heard. The public reaction, though not as explosive as Willow Creek, was a deep, pervasive sorrow. The clock tower, a beloved symbol, now stood as a stark reminder of the cost of unchecked power and the generational nature of evil. But with the sorrow came a new sense of resolve. Oakhaven would no longer bury its history, literally or figuratively. Julian Hayes remained a ghost, unreachable, unconfirmed as our observer. But a week after the clock tower findings were quietly announced, Ramirez managed to frame it as a historical discovery rather than a full-blown crime scene. To mitigate panic, Another anonymous donation was made to the Oakhaven Historical Society. This time, it was earmarked for the digitization of all town records, including property deeds, census data, and old newspaper archives, with a specific emphasis on the pre-1970s period. The condition that all digitized records be made publicly accessible, searchable by keyword without restriction. It was another subtle, precise surgical strike. Julian Hayes wasn't just exposing secrets, he was ensuring they could never be hidden again. He was providing the tools, ensuring that Martha Thorne's legacy of meticulous historical investigation would continue, making it impossible for future generations of Stuarts or Hayeses to bury the truth. This new development, however, came with its own set of challenges. Oakhaven, still reeling, now had to confront the possibility that many more secrets, many more buried lives might emerge from the newly accessible digital archives. The town's history, once neatly packaged and sanitized, was about to be laid bare for all to see, raw and unedited. The healing process, already arduous, was about to become an even more profound, comprehensive reckoning. Robert, with a new sense of purpose, embraced the digitization project, volunteering his expertise to the Historical Society. He saw it as Martha's ultimate vindication, a way to build a fortress of truth against future obfuscation. I focused the Gazette's efforts on assisting the public in navigating these new archives, encouraging community-led research, and preparing Oakhaven for the inevitable disclosures. Detective Ramirez, while cautious, saw the opportunity. "He's opening doors," she observed, referring to Julian Hayes. "Doors that were deliberately welded shut for decades. We need to be ready to walk through them, no matter what we find." The task ahead was monumental. Oakhaven's history was about to be rewritten, not by the powerful, but by the quiet voices of the past, amplified by modern technology and the unwavering commitment of those who refused to let truth remain buried. The saga of the Stuart family, far from being concluded with Richard's conviction, was proving to be a much larger, more deeply rooted evil, one that had subtly shaped Oakhaven for over a century. And with Julian Hayes' silent guidance, we were only just beginning to truly understand its full, horrifying scope. The echoes of the past were no longer whispers, they were beginning to roar. The full story of Oakhaven was yet to be told, and its deepest secrets still awaited their reveal in the now accessible digital darkness. The full story of Oakhaven was yet to be told, and its deepest secrets still awaited their reveal in the now accessible digital darkness. The digitization project, spearheaded by the anonymous generosity of Julian Hayes, began with a mixture of fervent hope and profound dread. Robert, his meticulous mind perfectly suited for the task, became the public face of the initiative, working alongside the Historical Society and a team of dedicated volunteers, many of whom were students from his local history class. They set up shop in the Old Town Library, carefully scanning fragile deeds, yellowed newspaper clippings, and dusty ledger books. The Oakhaven Gazette, under my direction, became the project's main chronicler, running daily updates on the progress, explaining the technical process, and most importantly, preparing the town for what might emerge from the depths of its past. Detective Ramirez, while outwardly maintaining a calm, official demeanor, was a constant, almost invisible presence. Her team had integrated themselves into the digital archives, running algorithms designed to flag suspicious patterns. Sudden property transfers, unusual business partnerships, recurring names in legal disputes, and most chillingly, clusters of disappearances or unexplained deaths that had been dismissed as accidents or relocations. The digital darkness, indeed, was about to be illuminated. Initial findings were, as expected, a slow burn. The sheer volume of data was overwhelming, but gradually patterns began to coalesce. Robert, fueled by Martha's ghost and his own relentless pursuit of truth, would call me sometimes in the middle of the night, his voice hoarse with discovery. "John, I've found another shell company linked to Elias Stewart, operating in the 1930s. It acquired land near the old quarry just outside town. And look at this, 2 families who owned adjacent parcels, sold up and left within months of the acquisition." Each such call was a fresh wound, a new shadow cast over Oakhaven's picturesque facade. The quarry, once a popular spot for teenagers to swim in the summer, was now tainted by the possibility of another burial ground. Ramirez dispatched undercover teams using the same discreet methods employed at the clock tower to conduct geological surveys. The results were chillingly familiar. Anomalies consistent with disturbed Earth and deeper radar signatures suggesting buried objects. The Stewart legacy, it seemed, had literally built itself on forgotten graves. The Gazette walked a fine line. We reported on the historical connections, the mounting evidence, the expanding timeline of the Stewart family's reign of terror. But we also published stories about the newly visible cracks in the town's foundation, the growing sense of collective trauma, and the difficult conversations that were finally taking place in homes and community halls. People were starting to question everything they thought they knew about Oakhaven, about their neighbors, about themselves. The hardest stories were the personal ones. The digitized archives brought forth not just names, but fragments of lives. A handwritten letter from a young woman named Rebecca who vanished in 1937, describing her hopes for starting a business, only to be followed by a terse legal document transferring her property to a Stewart-linked entity. A photograph of a smiling family, the Browns, who disappeared from census records in the 1940s after opposing Elias Stewart's plans for a new mill. These were not just statistics. They were individuals, their dreams snuffed out, their families left to wonder, their stories now screaming from the digital pages. The pressure mounted on Ramirez. The state police, still reeling from the clock tower findings, were now dedicating more resources to Oakhaven. The FBI had even dispatched a cold case unit, recognizing the unprecedented scale of the Stewart conspiracy. Oakhaven was no longer just a local scandal. It was becoming a national case study in systemic corruption and multi-generational crime. Amidst this maelstrom, Julian Hayes remained a phantom. His anonymous donations continued, always strategically aimed. Another large sum was funneled to the Oakhaven Historical Society, this time for the meticulous restoration of original town council meeting minutes and legal documents, with a specific focus on financial transactions involving prominent local families. It was clear he was deliberately shining a light on the complicity of others, forcing Oakhaven to confront not just the Stewarts, but those who enabled them. One evening, as I was working late at the Gazette office, a notification pinged on my screen. It was an email from Observer. The message was concise, almost clinical. The roots of the great tree grow deep, but its branches wither without the water of complicity. Look for the names that always appeared but never acted, the silent partners. I immediately forwarded it to Ramirez. The Observer was back, and his message was clearer than ever. The Stewarts didn't act alone. They had enablers, protectors, silent partners who benefited from the corruption or were simply too afraid to speak out. Ramirez understood the gravity. Her financial crimes unit, working with the newly digitized records, began cross-referencing names that frequently appeared in land deals, business permits, and legal documents alongside the Stewarts, but who always seemed to avoid direct involvement in the more dubious transactions. These were the silent partners, the ones who profited from the Stewarts' illicit gains without getting their hands dirty, or so they thought. The first major breakthrough came a few weeks later. Robert called, his voice tight with a mix of triumph and despair. "John, I've found something in the old land records, a consistent pattern. For decades, whenever the Stewarts acquired land for a new project, especially one that involved a disappearance, there was always a specific law firm involved in the title transfers and shell corporation formations. Lockwood and Associates. They were the Stewarts' primary legal counsel for nearly 80 years. Lockwood and Associates. The firm was an Oakhaven institution, venerable, respected, with a reputation for impeccable discretion and legal prowess. Their senior partner, Arthur Lockwood, had been a fixture in town politics for decades, often lauded for his civic contributions. He had recently retired, passing the firm to his son, Robert Lockwood Jr. "And what about them?" I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. "Just lawyers doing their job or something more?" "Martha had some cryptic notes about them," Robert explained. "She suspected they weren't just passive legal counsel. She believed they were active participants crafting the legal mechanisms that made the disappearances and land acquisitions untraceable. She called them the architects of obfuscation. And their name appears on every single suspicious transaction tied to a Stewart disappearance, going back to Elias and the Miller family." This was it, the first major branch of the Great Tree beyond the immediate Stewart family. Lawyers, sworn to uphold the law, had instead systematically helped subvert it for generations. Ramirez moved swiftly but discreetly. Lockwood and Associates was too prominent, too well-connected to approach without overwhelming evidence. Her team began a deep dive into the firm's financial records, using the digital archives to trace their own land acquisitions, their sudden increases in wealth, and their own patterns of anonymous dealings. What they found was a mirror image of the Stewarts' own illicit empire, albeit one built with legal documents rather than outright violence. Lockwood and Associates had amassed a vast fortune not just through legal fees from Stewart holdings, but through calculated investments in properties that mysteriously became available after a relocation, or by acting as silent partners in dubious Stewart ventures. They had crafted the legal fortress that protected the Stewart family for generations, creating shell companies, offshore trusts, and complex land agreements that made it virtually impossible to trace the true beneficiaries. "They didn't commit the murders," Ramirez explained to Robert and me in a hushed meeting in her office. "But they made them disappear from the public record, They sanitized the crime, making it possible for the Stewarts to continue their operations without ever leaving a paper trail that pointed directly to them. They were the cleaners, the enablers, the silent beneficiaries of the Stewarts' terror. The current head of the firm, Robert Lockwood Jr., was brought in for questioning. He was a smooth, impeccably dressed man in his late 50s, radiating an aura of polished respectability. He denied any knowledge of illicit activities, claiming he was merely managing a venerable family firm inheriting a complex client base. But under relentless questioning from Ramirez, armed with irrefutable digital evidence of decades of legal obfuscation, his composure began to crack. The breaking point came when Ramirez presented him with digital copies of financial transfers from Stewart-linked shell companies, directly to personal offshore accounts controlled by his father, Arthur Lockwood, and later to himself. These weren't legal fees. They were shares of profits, hush money, payoffs for services rendered far beyond standard legal counsel. She showed him how his firm had actively obstructed investigations into disappearances, advising clients on how to evade subpoenas and coaching witnesses on what to say, or more accurately, what not to say. Faced with overwhelming proof of his family's 80-year complicity, Robert Lockwood Jr. finally broke. He didn't confess to murder, but he admitted to inheriting a firm deeply entangled in the Stewart web, a firm whose very existence was predicated on protecting the Stewarts' darkest secrets. He admitted to continuing the practices out of fear, out of greed, out of a misguided sense of loyalty to his family's legacy. He implicated his father, Arthur Lockwood, who was now in a nursing home, suffering from advanced Alzheimer's. The old man, once a titan of Oak Haven, would never face justice, but his legacy was irrevocably tarnished. The arrest of Robert Lockwood Jr., on charges of obstruction of justice, conspiracy to conceal evidence, and a host of financial crimes, sent a new shockwave through Oak Haven. It was different from the Stewart arrests. Richard Stewart was a monster, an anomaly, but Lockwood and Associates, they were pillars of the community, respected, admired. Their fall revealed a deeper rot, a structural corruption that had seeped into the very institutions of Oak Haven. It proved that the Stewarts were not a singular evil, but rather the visible manifestation of a larger systemic malaise, nurtured and protected by those who valued power and profit above all else. The Oak Haven Gazette reported the story with a heavy heart. I wrote an editorial about the dangers of blind trust, about the insidious nature of respectability as a shield for corruption. The town, already fragile, was now forced to confront the complicity of its most trusted advisors. The protests that had once gathered outside the Stewart mansion now sometimes shifted to the elegant offices of Lockwood and Associates. The Observer sent another email, this time a single word: more. It was a stark reminder that this was far from over. Julian Hayes was still pushing, still guiding, still insisting on a full accounting. The digitization project, now working in high gear with new funding from Hayes, shifted its focus. With the legal network exposed, Ramirez's team, along with Robert, turned their attention to other professions: finance, banking, even local government officials who had consistently sided with the Stewarts over the decades. The question was no longer if there were other accomplices, but how many and how high up they went. Robert, using the enhanced search capabilities of the digital archive, discovered a series of land zoning changes from the 1960s and 70s that had overwhelmingly benefited Stewart holdings. These changes, often controversial, had consistently passed through the Oak Haven Town Council with unanimous votes, despite public opposition. "John, look at this," Robert said, holding up a printout of an old council meeting transcript. "The votes are always 5-0, always, even on issues that should have been contentious, and look at the names of the council members. 3 of them besides PM Stewart served for unusually long terms, and they all saw their personal wealth grow exponentially during their time in office, far beyond their stated salaries. Their assets are all hidden behind various trusts and limited liability corporations, almost identical in structure to the ones Lockwood and Associates created for the Stewarts. The names jumped out at me: Franklin Thorne, my own distant relative, Eleanor Croft, a beloved local businesswoman, and Samuel Davies, a former mayor. These were names etched into Oak Haven's civic memory, revered figures whose portraits hung in the very hall where the Stewart press conference had taken place. To implicate them was to dismantle the very foundation of Oak Haven's historical self-image. Ramirez, now completely hardened by the sheer depth of the conspiracy, understood the political implications but did not flinch. "These pillars of the community didn't just turn a blind eye," she stated, looking at the names. "They facilitated it. They used their positions of power to ensure the Stewart schemes went unchallenged. They were bribed or intimidated or both. Their silence was bought, and it cost human lives." The investigation into the council members was a painstaking process, requiring immense discretion. Ramirez leveraged state and federal resources, bringing in forensic accountants and investigators who specialized in public corruption. The digital archives, now a treasure trove of historical financial data, became their primary weapon. They traced the flow of money, the acquisition of suspiciously cheap land that later skyrocketed in value after a Stuart development, the anonymous investments that consistently yielded extraordinary returns. The evidence mounted, undeniable and devastating. Franklin Thorne, my great-great-uncle, had indeed accepted substantial bribes from Stuart Holdings in exchange for his unwavering support on zoning changes. His wealth, presented to the town as the result of astute investments, was in fact deeply stained. Eleanor Croft, whose bakery had been an Oakhaven institution, had received preferential business loans and silent partnerships in Stuart Ventures, all contingent on her silence and her vote. Samuel Davies, the former mayor, had his re-election campaign secretly funded by Stuart money, ensuring his continued control over the council and his ability to push through their agenda. None of them were alive to face justice. Franklin Thorne had died peacefully in his sleep decades ago. Eleanor Croft passed from natural causes a few years prior. Samuel Davies had suffered a stroke and was confined to a long-term care facility, unresponsive. The bitter irony was that these architects of complicity would escape legal repercussions, but their names, once symbols of Oakhaven's integrity, would forever be linked to its darkest chapter. The Oakhaven Gazette became the unwilling messenger of this painful truth. We published a special edition, a searing exposé titled The Silent Network, detailing the systemic corruption that had enabled the Stuarts for generations. We laid bare the evidence, linking the esteemed names of Thorne, Croft, and Davies to the Stuart crimes, showing how they had propped up the empire, sacrificing integrity and human lives for personal gain. My own family's history, once a source of quiet pride, was now revealed to be tainted by the very corruption I was fighting to expose. It was a deeply personal blow, a reminder that the tendrils of this evil reached everywhere, even into my own past. The town's reaction was one of profound disillusionment. The initial outrage and horror had given way to a deep, collective grief. The good old days of Oakhaven, the idealized past that everyone fondly remembered, was now revealed to be a carefully constructed lie, a facade of respectability masking generations of depravity and corruption. Trust in any institution, any public figure was shattered. Amidst this, a new, more dangerous element began to emerge. The exposed corruption had not only shocked the town, it had emboldened certain factions. Long-standing family feuds, old grievances, and simmering resentments began to boil over. Accusations, some legitimate, some baseless, flew thick and fast. The unity that had emerged from the initial shock of the Stuart revelations began to fray under the weight of widespread suspicion. Oakhaven was becoming a pressure cooker, on the verge of implosion. I received a handwritten letter in the mail, delivered anonymously. It wasn't from Observer. The paper was thick, expensive, the handwriting elegant but deliberately obscured. The message was terse. Some shadows are best left undisturbed. You dig too deep, be warned. This was different. The Observer always pushed us to dig deeper. This was a direct threat, a clear warning. It implied that there were still active players, powerful people who had not yet been exposed, who felt threatened by the relentless pursuit of truth. The Stuart family and their direct enablers were gone, but the network, the system of corruption, clearly still had guardians. I showed the letter to Ramirez. She analyzed the paper, the ink, the postmark, but it offered no immediate leads. "This means we're getting closer to someone important," she said, her jaw tight. "Someone who still has something to lose. The easy targets are gone. Now we're hitting the real power brokers, the ones who were insulated, who operated even further in the background than the Lockwoods or the corrupt council members." Julian Hayes sent another email, this time cryptically. "The head of the Hydra has many eyes. You have only closed a few. Look for the true architects, the ones who built the system, not just those who operated within it." The true architects, the message resonated deeply. The Stuarts were the enforcers, the Lockwood firm provided the legal framework, and the corrupt council members cleared the path. But who created the environment that allowed such a system to thrive for so long? Who truly orchestrated the silence, the apathy, the blindness of an entire town? Robert, working late in Martha's office, had a breakthrough. He was meticulously categorizing Martha's more speculative notes, her hunches, her unanswered questions. One folder, labeled The Syndicate, contained a jumble of seemingly unrelated items. A faded menu from an exclusive Oakhaven social club, a list of attendees at a private poker game from the 1950s, a copy of the charter for a mysterious Oakhaven benevolent society, and several cryptic comments from Martha about the inner circle and the puppet masters. "John, this is it," Robert said, his voice trembling as I rushed over. Martha thought there was a deeper level, a shadow organization beyond the Stuarts that essentially governed Oakhaven outside of official channels. She believed Elias Stuart was merely a powerful member of this group, not its sole leader. She suspected this syndicate-dictated policy controlled major financial flows and ensured their collective interests were protected, even if it meant sacrificing individuals. He pointed to a name that appeared repeatedly in the club rosters, the society's charter, and the poker game lists, always alongside various Stewarts, Lockwoods, and even the corrupt council members, Harrison Thorne. My great-great-uncle Franklin Thorne's brother, my direct ancestral line. Harrison Thorne was the founder of the Oakhaven Gazette, my newspaper, the man whose portrait hung in my very office, a benevolent, stern gaze perpetually overseeing my work. He was a journalistic legend, lauded for his integrity, his commitment to Oakhaven. His image was synonymous with truth and accountability. The realization hit me with a physical blow. The weight of generations of secrets, the pervasive corruption, the ultimate irony. My own family, the very architects of the institution I now led, the institution dedicated to uncovering truth, were potentially at the heart of the very system of obfuscation. Harrison Thorne, I whispered, the name feeling like ash in my mouth. The founder of the Gazette, but he was a champion of free press, a community leader. Robert nodded grimly. That's how he was seen, that's how he presented himself. But Martha's notes hinted something darker. She suspected he used his position, his newspaper, not to expose the syndicate, but to control the narrative. To bury stories, to deflect attention, to ensure the Stewarts and their allies were always presented in a positive light, while any dissenters were quietly discredited or worse, disappeared. The betrayal was monumental. The newspaper I worked for, the legacy I was so proud to uphold, had been built on a foundation of lies, a sophisticated instrument of propaganda and control. Harrison Thorne hadn't just benefited from the syndicate, he had helped create the climate of silence and controlled information that allowed it to flourish. He was a gatekeeper, and the gates he kept were those of Oakhaven's darkest secrets. Ramirez, when presented with Robert's findings and my own sickening realization, understood the implications immediately. A newspaper weaponized to control the flow of information. That's genius, and it's terrifying. It allowed them to shape public perception, to discredit anyone who came too close to the truth, to reinforce the image of Oakhaven as an idyllic, untouched town, even as they were systematically dismantling it from the inside. The anonymous threat letter now made horrifying sense. Someone was protecting the syndicate, and they were still active. And by exposing Harrison Thorne, we weren't just taking down a long-dead enabler. We were attacking the very mechanism of control, the carefully constructed narrative that had kept Oakhaven in the dark for a century. The implications for me personally were devastating. My family's name, already tainted by Franklin Thorne's corruption, was now tied to the systematic suppression of truth by the Gazette's own founder. I felt a profound sense of shame, a crushing weight of inherited complicity. My role as editor, my very presence in Oakhaven, was now steeped in this bitter irony. How could I, a Thorne, continue to lead the paper that had once been a tool of obfuscation, and now sought to be a beacon of truth? But the personal pain was quickly eclipsed by a fierce resolve. This was not just about justice for the victims, it was about reclaiming the soul of Oakhaven, and for me, reclaiming the integrity of the Gazette. If my ancestor had used this paper to bury the truth, I would use it to exhume every last shard of it. The investigation into the syndicate began, a far more complex and dangerous undertaking than anything before. We were no longer chasing a family of killers or their legal fixers. We were delving into a hidden power structure, a cabal of wealthy, influential individuals who had collectively dictated Oakhaven's destiny for generations, using the Stewarts as their muscle. Julian Hayes, our observer, remained silent for a while. Perhaps he was waiting, watching to see if we had the courage to truly go after the highest echelons of Oakhaven's secret rulers, the true architects. The digital archives, combined with Martha's meticulously categorized syndicate notes, became the map to this hidden world. Robert and Ramirez's team began to piece together the network, the Oakhaven Benevolent Society, a front for their clandestine meetings, the private social club where deals were struck and decisions made, the interlocking directorships on various town boards and key businesses. We found evidence of their collective efforts to silence dissent. Not just the disappearances orchestrated by the Stewarts, but subtler forms of control. Business licenses denied, loans called in, reputations destroyed, all orchestrated to maintain their grip on power and ensure no one challenged their vision for Oakhaven. My newspaper, under Harrison Thorne's leadership, was instrumental in shaping public opinion, casting those who challenged the syndicate as misguided, eccentric, or simply troublemakers. The next anonymous email from Observer was different. It wasn't a cryptic clue, it was a scanned document, a single faded page from a personal ledger. The handwriting was elegant, familiar. It was Harrison Thorne-S. The entry detailed a payment, a substantial sum made to a Swiss bank account with the notation, for services rendered, syndicate consensus, Ray Miller property and clock tower. It was a smoking gun, irrefutable proof of Harrison Thorne's direct financial involvement in the first Stewart crime we had uncovered, the disappearance of the Miller family. It explicitly linked him, and by extension the Oakhaven Syndicate, to the very beginning of the Stewart reign of terror. It was a posthumous confession provided by the ghost of Julian Hayes. The revelation ignited a firestorm within Oakhaven. My own colleagues at the Gazette were stunned, then galvanized. They had taken immense pride in the paper's history and Harrison Thorne's legacy. Now that legacy was shattered, but in its place a fierce new resolve emerged to truly live up to the ideals of investigative journalism, to redeem the paper's name by exposing every last shred of the truth, no matter how painful. I made the excruciating decision to publish the Ledger entry on the front page, along with a detailed history of Harrison Thorne's true role in Oakhaven. It was the hardest article I had ever written, a public confession of my own family's complicity, a tearing down of a revered ancestor, but it was necessary. The truth, Martha had taught us, had to be absolute. The public reaction was intense. More outrage, but this time also a deeper sense of betrayal. If the Gazette, the supposed beacon of truth, could be corrupted, who could anyone trust? The town was fractured, reeling from revelation after revelation, each one peeling back another layer of its carefully constructed identity. Ramirez, now working with an FBI anti-corruption task force, began building cases against the descendants of the syndicate members who were still alive and held positions of influence. These individuals, though not directly involved in the historical murders, had benefited immensely from the ill-gotten gains, the manipulated power structures, and the suppressed truth. They were the inheritors of the system, and some were still actively protecting it. The investigation led to a network of local businesses, charitable foundations, and even quiet political figures, all linked by their familial ties to the original syndicate. They were the unseen architects, the ones who had pulled the strings from the shadows, ensuring Oakhaven remained a docile, controlled environment for their illicit operations. But as the investigation delved deeper, the threats became more direct. My Gazette office received anonymous calls, vague warnings, subtle acts of sabotage, a broken printing press, a hacked server, though no data was ever lost thanks to Ramirez's preemptive security measures. It was a sophisticated intimidation campaign, designed to slow us down, to make us doubt, to make us fear. One night, as I left the Gazette office, a black sedan with tinted windows followed me for several blocks before disappearing. It was a silent, unnerving reminder that the shadows from the anonymous letter were indeed still active, and they were watching. Robert, too, faced increased pressure. His history classes, once a source of comfort and education, now became a forum for heated debate as students grappled with their town's shattered past. He received anonymous letters and calls, questioning his motivations, accusing him of defaming the town's good name. But he remained resolute, driven by Martha's unwavering spirit. Detective Ramirez, however, bore the brunt of it. Her department faced a smear campaign, leaked rumors about her personal life, accusations of overreach and politicization. Her authority was challenged, her reputation attacked. But she was a force of nature, her resolve only hardening with each new obstacle. She knew she was getting close to the core, the true heart of the syndicate, and they were fighting back with everything they had. The digital archives continued to churn, revealing more names, more connections, more meticulously hidden instances of complicity. Oakhaven was not just a town with a dark secret. It was a town whose very fabric had been woven with deceit, a tapestry of power and corruption that stretched back to its founding. The observer, Julian Hayes, continued to send strategic nudges, sometimes just a single word, sometimes a subtly altered search term for the digital archives, guiding us through the labyrinth. He was a silent partner in this war, a moral assassin, ensuring his father's sins and the sins of the syndicate would finally be brought to light, even if it meant risking his own family's carefully constructed facade. The war for Oakhaven's soul was far from over. It was escalating, becoming more personal, more dangerous. We had unearthed the monsters and the enablers and the architects of silence. But the final layer, the true guardians of the Great Tree, remained elusive, entrenched in the deepest shadows, ready to fight for their century-long control. The ghosts of the past were now fully awake, and their echoes were about to lead us to the ultimate confrontation. The next chapter promised not just revelations, but a fight for the very future of Oakhaven. The final confrontation loomed, not in a dark alley, but in the sterile glow of monitors and the hushed whispers of historical documents. The Observer's last message: the head of the Hydra has many eyes, you have only closed a few. Look for the true architects, the ones who built the system, not just those who operated within it, echoed in my mind. Harrison Thorne, my own ancestor, was a devastating example of an architect of silence, but Julian Hayes implied there were others, even higher, even more insulated. Ramirez, now fully immersed in the anti-corruption task force, had shifted her focus. The digital archives, a fortress of truth forged from the very secrets they contained, were now a weapon. Her team, with Robert's invaluable historical expertise, began cross-referencing not just names and land deeds, but philanthropic contributions, exclusive club memberships, and the voting records of every significant development project in Oakhaven's history. They were hunting ghosts in boardrooms. The threats against the Gazette, against Robert, and especially against Ramirez intensified. My email inbox was flooded with anonymous accusations, each one designed to sow doubt and division. The printing press, despite Ramirez's added security, suffered unexplained malfunctions, delaying crucial editions. Robert's tires were slashed outside his home. Ramirez found her home alarm system mysteriously disarmed one night, a clear message. This wasn't random hooliganism, it was a coordinated campaign by someone with resources and deep local knowledge. They were still here, embedded. Then a new observer email arrived, terse and urgent. The first stones were laid by the hands of progress. The ultimate architect wore a smile and a cross. The message was cryptic, but the last phrase sent a chill down my spine. A cross, religion. My mind immediately went to the Oakhaven Founders Church, the oldest and most prominent religious institution in town, intimately tied to its history and, like many other institutions, with past connections to the Stuarts and their allies. Robert, already sifting through old church records at the Historical Society, received my forwarded email with a new urgency. He began scrutinizing the church's historical financial statements, its board members, and most importantly, the sermons and public pronouncements of its early leaders. What he found was horrifying. The Reverend Josiah Croft, the revered founder of the Oakhaven Founders Church, a man whose statue stood prominently in the church square, had been a key member of the original syndicate. His sermons, ostensibly about moral uprightness and community values, were subtly woven with rhetoric that justified the Stuarts' progress and implicitly condemned anyone who stood in their way. He had preached about the necessity of strong leadership, of quiet conformity, of trusting in the town's prominent families to guide its future. His sermons were instruments of social control, providing a moral veneer for the syndicate's ruthlessness. He didn't just turn a blind eye, John, Robert said, his voice strained. He provided the moral sanction, he weaponized faith. He convinced the town that what the Stuarts were doing, what the syndicate was doing, was God's will, or at least necessary for Oakhaven's prosperity. The church's financial records, meticulously kept even from its early days, provided the smoking gun. Large, anonymous donations had flowed into the church's coffers from various Stuart-linked entities, funneled through shell corporations. These weren't tithes, they were payments for services rendered. The church had become a silent partner, its moral authority bought and used to pacify the populace and enforce the syndicate's will. The current head of the church, Reverend Thomas Allen, a kind, elderly man who had served Oakhaven for decades, was heartbroken when Ramirez presented him with the evidence. He had genuinely believed in the church's legacy of community service. The revelation that its very foundation was built on corruption, that its most revered founder had been a puppet master in the syndicate, shattered his world. He cooperated fully, providing access to all remaining records, determined to cleanse the institution of its century-old stain. The Gazette's exposé on Reverend Croft and the church's complicity was met with a mix of despair and outrage. For many, the church had been the last bastion of trust in Oakhaven. Its corruption felt like the ultimate betrayal, a wound to the town's very soul. The statue of Reverend Croft in the church square was vandalized, then quietly removed by the church leadership. Services were sparsely attended, and a deep crisis of faith gripped the community. Amidst the chaos, Julian Hayes sent one last, cryptic email. The architect's final signature is often found where the blueprint ends. Look to the legacy, not just the names. The legacy, I mused to Robert and Ramirez. Not just who benefited, but what was left behind. What institution, what foundation was designed to perpetuate their control. Ramirez's team had been tracking the lineage of the syndicate members, focusing on those whose descendants still held significant power. One name consistently appeared at the apex of this interconnected web of power and wealth: the Sterling Foundation. Founded in the 1920s by Archibald Sterling, a contemporary and close associate of Elias Stewart and Harrison Thorne, the Sterling Foundation was Oakhaven's largest charitable organization. It funded everything from the local hospital and schools to cultural festivals and historic preservation projects. Archibald Sterling had been a quiet but immensely influential figure, revered as Oakhaven's greatest philanthropist. His family, descendants of the town's original founders, still controlled the foundation's vast endowment and its board. The Sterling Foundation, Ramirez said, her voice grim, it's the ultimate architect. It controls the purse strings, shapes public discourse, and subtly directs the town's development. It's the mechanism by which the syndicate's control was institutionalized, made legitimate, and designed to endure for generations. Robert, delving into Martha's notes one last time, found a hidden compartment in her old desk. Inside a small leather-bound journal, Martha's personal diary kept separate from her official research. One entry dated shortly before her death spoke of the Sterling Foundation with a chilling certainty. The Stuarts built the walls of their empire on blood. The Sterling Foundation built the roof on hypocrisy. It funds the very institutions that cover their tracks and ensures the public's gratitude acts as their shield. They are the true puppet masters, hidden in plain sight, pulling the strings of Oakhaven's conscience. The evidence against the Sterling Foundation was circumstantial at first, built on a mountain of financial anomalies, interlocking board memberships with corrupt businesses, and historical patterns of funding only projects that aligned with the syndicate's interests. But it painted a clear picture. The Sterling Foundation wasn't just a beneficiary, it was the ultimate enforcer of the syndicate's silent rule, using philanthropy to buy loyalty, exert influence, and maintain control. They had created a culture of dependence and silence, ensuring no one would bite the hand that fed them. The current head of the Sterling Foundation, Margaret Sterling, a formidable woman in her late 60s, fiercely denied any wrongdoing. She cited her family's long history of generosity, her own commitment to the town. But Ramirez had come armed with irrefutable evidence. A digitized copy of Archibald Sterling's will, outlining secret directives for the Foundation's investments that mirrored the syndicate's illicit land deals, and most damningly, a series of emails from a secured server, accessed through a warrant showing recent encrypted communications between Margaret Sterling and Julian Hayes. Julian Hayes, the observer, had been preparing for this moment. He hadn't just exposed his father's sins, he had been meticulously gathering intelligence on the highest echelons of the syndicate, knowing that his own family was also entangled. He had been working with Ramirez, discreetly feeding her information about the Sterling Foundation's true nature, using their anonymous email correspondence to guide her to the core of the Hydra. He had been an inside agent all along, dismantling the system from within, even as he protected his own position. Faced with the mountain of evidence and the undeniable fact that Julian Hayes, a member of their own hidden network, had orchestrated their exposure, Margaret Sterling's facade finally crumbled. She didn't confess to murder, but she admitted to inheriting a legacy of control, a system designed to maintain the Sterling family's influence at all costs. She confirmed that the Foundation had been used to silence dissent, to reward loyalty, and to ensure Oakhaven remained a town where the powerful dictated the truth. She broke down, not in remorse, but in a weary acceptance of the inevitable. The last stone of the corrupt system was about to be turned over. The arrest of Margaret Sterling, the Diane of Oakhaven Philanthropy, on charges of conspiracy, racketeering, and financial fraud was the final seismic shock. It was the implosion of the Great Tree's crown, the true architects of Oakhaven's dark history finally brought to light. The Sterling Foundation, once a symbol of generosity, was now revealed as the ultimate tool of control, its vast resources used to perpetuate a century of lies. The Oakhaven Gazette, with my family's portrait removed from the office wall, reported the news with a clarity forged in fire. I wrote a final editorial, not of outrage, but of hope. Oakhaven's past was laid bare, a tapestry of horror and complicity. But with its truth finally acknowledged, with its institutions cleansed, Oakhaven could begin to heal. The digital archives, now expanded and fully accessible, became the town's collective memory, a guardian against future obfuscation. Julian Hayes, the enigmatic observer, remained a ghost. He never publicly appeared, never claimed credit. But a few days after Margaret Sterling's arrest, a small antique pocket watch arrived at Robert's office. It was Martha's, the one she had always worn, tucked inside a note in a precise, elegant hand. "The truth will set us free. Thank you for finishing her work." It was the closest to a personal message we would ever receive. He had found his own way to atone, a silent partner in the ultimate act of justice. Oakhaven would never be the same. Its picturesque facade was gone, replaced by a raw, unvarnished reality. The healing process would be long, arduous, and deeply uncomfortable. But for the first time in a century, the ghosts of the past no longer screamed in the shadows. Their voices, amplified by the relentless pursuit of truth, echoed across an Oakhaven finally ready to listen, ready to remember, and finally ready to build a future on a foundation of honesty. The full story of Oakhaven was finally told, and its deepest secrets, once buried under layers of power and deceit, now stood revealed, illuminated by the unwavering light of justice.